Well, folks, I screwed that all up. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. It's great to see you all. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're all having a great day today. Yeah, I ran everything and I thought the thing was live. So my apologies, folks. It is great to see you this morning, by the way. Thank you for joining us here at the cafe. Welcome back. Great being back with you guys. I hope you all had a great evening last night and are having a great start to your day today. Welcome, 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 welcome. I thought I hit the live button a way long time ago and it didn't happen. So my apologies for guys opening everything. I ran it all. So hey. Here we are. Welcome back. Good to see you all. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see who we have here. That was weird. I swear I hit it though. That's the weird thing. I know I hit it earlier, probably 15 minutes ago. Unless it didn't take, I guess. I don't know. Either way, I see you're all here waiting, and I appreciate that very much. It's great to be back with you guys. It's crappy out today, guys. It's been raining since 3 o'clock this morning, and it's not stopping. Thank God the grass got cut yesterday. Otherwise, welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning and good morning. Miss Teresa's in the house. Good to see you, Donna Salamander. Good to have you back. Alicia J. Hey, hey, hey. Miss Rowena, wonderful to see you. Trish Crow, welcome back to you. Teresa, great to see you this morning. Samira Dalby, hello. Good morning, afternoon. Let's see. Paula Fitzhenry, always an honor to see you. Mark Schumann, what's up, brother? Good to have you here. The lovely Wisdom Speaks in the house. Good to see you, ma'am. What's happening? Ricky Tran, Mr. Jesse, great to see you, brother. Tomboy Charms, actually in here early today. Well, it's not really early. It's my fault because I'm running late. Good to see you, Tomboy. And, of course, Dag Burn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Floozy Mama's joining us this morning. As always, great to have you here. Great to see you. Eddie's in the house. One Maiden Nut, great to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Let's see. I think I covered everybody so far. 20 peeps in the house so far. 12 likes. We're getting there. Please make sure to hit that like button and share this out, if you will, please. And thank you. Let me see. All right. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Grab a cup of Joe. Let's get this day kicked off. Again, we're going to be looking into what's going on with Jack and Lily Sullivan and anything else going on in the world today that is interesting, which is, we'll see. Miss Kaylee, welcome and good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is. Thank you for joining her. Thank you, Wisdom. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, as I always say. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you, wherever you are, whoever you are. Thank you guys for being here, supporting this channel, supporting myself, and supporting all of us. Thank you to my blue crew. For those of you that are here, I appreciate you all so very much. Come on in, everybody, please, if you will. Okie dokie. Yay, hey. Thank you, Wisdom. Again, please hit that like button, guys. Subscribe if you have not yet done it. Hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything we do. And share this out. I appreciate that so very much. Be Real's in the house. Good morning. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see here. What is this here? Show. Let's see here. Show. Oh, buddy. I got to thank somebody. Looks like we may be getting our new microphone rolling. Somebody very graciously supported me via our Amazon wish list and picked up the cable I need for the new microphone so that I can stop screwing with this stupid thing. So that should be on its way here. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. God bless. Welcome, Gary Hinman. Thank you for joining us today. There's Jesse himself. And don't forget to hit that like button. Thank you, Jesse. So yes, hopefully soon we will have the microphone and everything running and this thing can go away. I can't even breathe on this thing. It turns off. But thank you. And you know who you are. God bless you. I appreciate you very much for doing that. Brandy B, our OG. Welcome, Brandy. Great to see ya. Aurora, welcome back to you. What was that? Hang on one second, folks. Right, sorry guys. SRB in the house. Good to see you, SRB. Sorry, I'm here. Just contemplating lighting that sewing machine on fire. Okay. You don't have to apologize for being here. I appreciate you being here. Woohoo, we can get the sound thing. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. I can't wait for that either. That will be some fun adding to this as well. It's 34 peeps in the house. 18 likes, guys. Please make sure to hit that button. Miss Brandy B, good to see you, dear. Samira Dalby, good to see you today. Just trying to give everybody a few minutes to jump in here, and we will get to the point. Points. Few things we're doing, obviously. Great to see you all again. I hope everybody's having an amazing day. And of course, you all make my day amazing just by being here. And that's a fact. Let's see. 36 peeps in the house. 20 likes. We're getting there. Just takes a second, guys, to hit that like button. Maybe we'll hit the algorithm, maybe not. Who knows? But let's try. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good morning. Morning. Good to see you, Miss Molly, dear. Thank you for being here. Great to see you. Our Molly cat. Let's leave a little bit of that DNA on the door. As you come through it, you can use your elbow. You can punch it. You can kick it, knee it. You can lick it for all I care. Just hit it, please, and thank ya. Good morning, Mama D. Welcome. Good to see you. Meow, back to you, my dear. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. There's our little videographer, Miss Molly, dear. Molly's the one that is responsible for all of our intros, outros, the music we run, and all of our little clippets of stuff that she does. She does it all. She's so very talented, and we love her. I have a friend in Binghamton, New York, who's having problems. Local sheriff office entering her brother is missing. Really? That's crazy. Throw the name at me, Tomboy, so I can put it out there and advertise if need be. I keep thinking this is Mondays. Today feels weird. You're right, SRB. It doesn't. I can't. When I woke up this morning, I was like, "What is today?" It's weird. You're right. It's just weird. Aurora, wonderful to see you. Yeah, if you want, Tomboy, throw the information our way, and we'll put it out there. You know that. Absolutely. And there is our Molly Cat, as we call her. There's her channel, guys. Please check it out. Very talented. You will not be disappointed. I promise you that much. Please run over there, hit the subscribe button, like it, and hit that notification bell anyway. That way you will see anything that Miss Molly puts out, and you will definitely not be disappointed. She's so very talented. All right. Thank you. Do we have a picture, Tomboy? All right, guys. I'm just going to put this out. We can get a picture hopefully soon. There's a gentleman that's missing. His name is Scott Lewis Payne, or Scott Payne. May 20th of 1967 is his date of birth. 170 pounds. Height is 6'1". He's got long salt and pepper hair. Normally he wears it back in a ponytail. Oh, we do have a picture somewhere. I don't have the picture here yet, but okay. Let's see. He's got top denture plate and no bottom teeth. He was last seen May 6th of 2025, leaving New Horizons. His way of transportation is pictured as well when we get this picture. Top, let's see. If you have seen this bike or anyone on it, please notify authorities immediately with a description. If you see this man or have any information, please contact the Broome County Sheriff's Department. He has family that miss him, friends that miss him, and his dog that misses him terribly. Again, his name is Scott Lewis Payne. Scott Payne. If anybody knows who Scott is or has seen Scott, please get a hold of. Here we go. There we go. Thank you, Tomboy. Please get a hold of the Broome County Sheriff's Department. All right. So this here, folks, give me a second here to throw this up for you. This is Scott right here, guys. Yeah. Got an awesome t-shirt on there. I love the Black Crows. So that's kind of what he would look like there, with a little bit of facial hair. This a little bit less here. Long salt and pepper hair, tall, thin. If you've seen Scott or you know Scott, you have any information on Scott, please contact Broome County Sheriff's Department. If you send me a message on it, I can contact them myself for you. But either way, let's try to bring Scott home. He's got a lot of people that are missing him right now, guys, and that are worried about him. Thank you, Tomboy. And also, let me show you a picture of the bike I believe that he rides. 1 second here. All right. Yeah, this is an electric bike, you guys, or a gas-powered. I'm sorry, gas-powered bicycle. If you see this, this is pretty interesting. You're not going to miss this, okay? If you see this or somebody on this, please contact Broome County Sheriff's Department, if you will. Let me double check something here real quick. I don't have the number right off yet for them, but it's BROOME County Sheriff's Department. This is out of New York, folks, just so you know. Okay, so again, one more time. There's a picture of Scott. Couple pictures of him. If you've seen him or the bike or both together, please contact Broome County Sheriff's Department in New York. A lot of people are worried about him right now, and sadly, the Sheriff's Department's not cooperating with putting out any kind of bolo or anything like that for him. So he is missing. Thank you, Tomboy. And best of wishes, and we'll keep his family in our thoughts and prayers until something comes up. Hopefully it's just a miscommunication and he will be found soon. Yes, prayers that he's found safe. Yes, Broome County, New York. Very small area. Thank you, Mikey. Good to see you, brother. Hi, Poppy. Thank you, Tomboy. And guys, we do this. I have no issues doing this whatsoever. I'm trying to work on getting back into putting out missing posters and stuff like that. I just have to get a certain program set up to be able to do that better. But I will be doing more of that too. Not Texas, New York. Sorry, it's SRB. So hopefully he is found soon. Give me 1 second. I want to check something here for you guys real quick. Um, 1 minute here. Okay. So one more time, guys, if you know anything in regards to Scott, have seen him or the bike or both of them together, please contact Broome County Sheriff's Department in Binghamton, New York, folks. The number here is 607-778-8000. Again, 607-778-8000. And that's in Binghamton, New York, folks. Broome County Sheriff's Department. Once again, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't have that number prepared for you, but there you go. There we go. There we go. So there's another number. I'm sorry, 607-778-1911. The sheriff's name is Frederick Akshar. I'm sorry. And then the deputy sheriff would be Sammy Davis, Sammy L. Davis, not the one you're thinking of. Thanks, Tomboy. Oh yeah, I was digging for that number when I was talking about that, but that's okay. We got two of them now. Again, the secondary number would be 607-778-1911. That is the contact information, public information number. The other one was the main number. Either way. So again, if anybody has any information in regards to Scott Payne or Scott Lewis Payne, he's been missing since May 6th of 2025, and he left a facility by the name of New Horizons on his red gas-powered bicycle. I want one of them myself. Again, he's got long salt and pepper long salt and pepper hair. He usually keeps it in a ponytail. Tall, thin, 170 pounds, 6'1". So please contact them if you have any info. Thank you again, Tomboy, for that. Bonnie Bailey, my love. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for being here today. I really do want one, guys. I want an electric one, but the gas powered would work too. I've wanted one of those for a long time. Bemmy Rose in the house. Good to see you. My neighbor has an electric bike. He has an electric scooter. This is like a 55-year-old guy, by the way. I was surprised to see him on it. And he's got this thing. It's like one wheel. It's a tire. And there's a little square platform that's wrapped around the tire. It almost looks like a wheelbarrow tire. And he stands on it and rolls down the road. It's electric. And he flies on that thing, too. It's crazy. And he's got an electric, oh, my God. What are them things called? We just did this the other day. It flies in the air. It's electric. Or no, that's gas. He's got all them toy type things. I'm always seeing him messing with it. Ultralight. There we go. Welcome, Mama D. Good to see ya. Hopefully that helps a little bit, Tomboy. Maybe it will run it again. Just remind me. A balance bike. Never seen that before. Unicycle. I like those too. They have the Segways now, SRB, that have a seat on it. I want a scooter, folks. I'm old now. I want like an old man scooter. Back in the day when I lived in Florida, I had a moped. That was fun. Boogie woogie. Woogie. Boogie woogie woogie. You gotta see it. It's electric. There you go, Mikey. I know where you're at. This electric stuff is the thing nowadays. But yeah, he's got an electric. He's got a the electric car too, folks. So yeah, the dude's into the electric stuff. I never saw anything like that thing, the one wheel thing though. You stand on it. The wheel's in the middle, and then you put feet on either side of the wheel, and it balances, and you can turn it and do this and everything. And when he leans forward, he takes off. That thing goes like 25 miles an hour, I'm telling you. And I'm like, Jesus. Balance bike for kids is a small 2-wheel bike with no pedals. Oh, okay. I've never heard of that before then. I was thinking of a unicycle. That's interesting. I have to look into that. I really, those electric bikes, though, they're stupid expensive. He's got one that goes, I think it's 45 miles an hour. It flies, okay? And it holds a charge for a long period of time. And I noticed when I looked them up one time that some of them are affordable, but they don't hold a charge. Like you could ride maybe 15, 20 minutes and then it's dead. The one he has holds a charge for 4 hours. So it cost him a good few $1,000s. So yeah, the balance thing, or yeah, me too, Bonnie. Me too. In traction. That's me. 47 peeps in the house. Welcome, everybody. It's great to have you all here today. Please hit that like button, guys, because we got 29 likes here. We can make that match. We're getting there. People like to use them to rob mobile phones. Wow. Oh, because they're cruising. They can fly by you. I got you. And we got, see, here in our local city areas, we have electric scooters that you can rent, per se. If you're walking around, you don't want to walk anymore. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind having one of those. But I like to sit and just cruise. You know what I'm saying? So, my husband got our grandbaby a balance bike 3 months back. She grows up. Okay, that's it. My curiosity is killing me. You guys can't tell me things without me wanting to know about it. Never heard of that before. I thought I knew about all that stuff. Ah, gotcha. Now I see what it is. Never seen this before. This is new. So this is what we're talking about. Interesting.
Woo! A little cross up there. Woo! A little cross up there.
So what's the point behind it? Like it just moves like with your feet? Is that what it is? I've never seen it before.
Woo! A little cross up there. Woo!
Huh. Interesting. They just push it with their feet. Cool. Very cool. There are no pedals, Kaylee. That's the point. You just bounce it and they push it with their feet. It's good exercise, I guess. And yeah, that's a good point. Good best way to teach a kid how to ride a two-wheeler because they're using their feet to balance. And then, okay. Mikey. Yeah. That's wild. I never seen that before. I'm learning something new every day. Every day. Let me show you this other thing I was talking about. This other thing is pretty wild, but I think I'd kill myself on it. No, it makes sense, Mom Buddy. I got you. So here we go. This thing, it's called a one wheel. Okay. When I first saw this, I was like, what the hell? Because he rolled around, stopped in front of the house, was talking to me. And this thing cruises, dude. But these things are all expensive, though, all these electric things. So this thing's wild.
He invented one wheel to destroy boredom. Turns out, he wasn't alone.
It's magic!
Nope, it's science. We put a motor in the wheel, added lithium batteries, and programmed the board to balance for you. We've got Pint for cruisers, XR for shredders, but nothing for this guy. And oh yeah, we build them in the US of A. So get a one wheel today and help destroy boredom forever.
That's a one wheel, guys. And these things, like, wow, they move. And it's way different than the them things you stand on and the board, something boards. They're I can't remember it. You know what I mean. Anyway, it's different, I guess, because he has one of those too, where you stand 2 feet on it and it rolls around. It's kind of like a hoverboard. Thank you, Michelle, and welcome, by the way. Yeah, it's different than a hoverboard, he said, because hoverboard is harder to balance on because you're teetering on it that way. When you stand on this thing, it's solid and it levels itself, and then you just kind of lean on it and it takes off. They go like 25 miles an hour if you're in Tesla. The Tesla version of it, he owns a Tesla, by the way, too. The Tesla version of it is stupid fast, and they make an off-road version of it that you can take back on trails and stuff. It's crazy. And it's weird because of the momentum. If you hit bumps and stuff, I was like, dude, that would knock you off. And he was like, no. Nope. He goes, because it kind of sucks you into the board as you're riding it. I don't know. It's pretty wild to me. And then they have this other thing. It's a self-balancing one-wheel electric scooter unicycle now. That's the other thing I was looking at one day, just by accident. I'll show you that. Hold on a minute here. This is all the new stuff, all these electric things now. Look at this thing.
This is the Monorover R3. Now, you may have seen my other video recently that I did on the self-balancing two-wheeled scooter. You can check that out here, or I'll give you a link to it in the description below. So this is the same idea, a self-balancing gyroscope wheel, except there's only one wheel. Now, to get the confusion out of the way, yes, there are many different unicycle scooters out there. Some even have two large wheels close together, some have a riding seat, all at different price points. But for my review and simplicity, I chose the R3 and got it for around 500 bucks. They also have an R1 model, which is similar, but I'll cover more on that later. Here's the specs. It fully charges in just 60 minutes. Water-resistant IP65, which lets you ride through puddles and in the rain. Max speed is fast, about 14 miles per hour, and it can go a distance of 15 miles on a single charge. Weighs about 23 pounds, which is pretty hefty, but the foot pedals fold up, and the handle is convenient for carrying it around. And the total weight limit is around 250 pounds. Now, there's also the R1, which seems very similar in specs, but the two major differences are the R3 comes with built-in flashing LED lights on the front and back that are purely for show, as well as a built-in Bluetooth speaker. Connecting to it is easy. Just turn on the unicycle,
Enter the Bluetooth,
connect with your phone, and bam, you can easily start jamming to your tunes while flying down the trails. Pretty cool. Build quality seems good. I've taken quite a few tumbles and there's no cracks or breaks or anything. The big motor and tire is legit. It allows you to roll over bumps, hills, off-roading. It's really impressive and great traction for all kinds of terrain. They even include an air pump extending arm that's helpful for inflating the tire when it needs it. One thing I'd like to see improved is the padding on the sides. It feels too thin and weak and needs more coverage. When I ride around, my legs and ankles are constantly hitting or squeezing in on the main unicycle body, and for me, it's kind of painful.
Anyway, that's the other thing. See, that's too much for me. I think I could handle the one-wheel thing because I was maybe not now as much, but I was a skateboarder, so I know how to balance that way. This, I'd be on the ground face first, promise you. But at this point in my life, guys, because of my back and all my other injuries that I've had, I want a scooter, or like SRB said, one of those, the mall cop thing, you know, zoom, 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 whatever. I'm good on that. But yeah, him gets a boo-boo for sure. Anyway, pretty wild. Pretty wild. All new technological stuff. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Welcome to the future, everybody. Right, Mike. Stick to the Silverado, 100%. It's easier that way. It's easier that way, 100%, bud. Gotcha, Bonnie. Let's see. So, welcome everybody, guys. We got 52 peeps in the house, 35 likes. We're catching up. Thank you guys for being here. I do appreciate you. So, we got some new videos that have been put out in regards to Jack and Lily Sullivan. Nothing in the news that I've seen that's new yet. But hold on here. 1 minute here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is
Michelle. I've been following up with Michelle. She's been had some pretty informative and some great videos on these since we started covering this case. So I've been sticking with some of her info with this. Michelle After Dark, for those of you that aren't familiar. Oh my God, yeah. Can you imagine riding one of them things and hitting some ice, guys? No way. Nope. Mama, yeah, me too. I have trouble just walking sometimes. That's a fact. But I used to be really good on a skateboard. Welcome, Karen. Good to see you today. I used to be really good on a skateboard, guys. I was even sponsored by a company, a pro company at one time. I was really good. Things change as you get old. I can't even hardly. I tried to show Caden at one point in time how to do it, and my balance is gone due to my back and stuff. It just don't work. So. But one of them things, like a scooter or something you can sit on, yeah, I could probably handle that. But anyway, again, welcome, Gary Hinman. Good to see you today. And everybody that's joined us, I appreciate you guys being here so very much. Let's look into this here and see if anything's new on the 2 kids missing out of Nova Scotia. Very sad situation, heartbreaking, to be honest. And hopefully something new will come up on this soon.
Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Tuesday morning, the 13th of May, and it's a scorcher here in Northern England. I went out at 6 a.m. today to avoid the heat, and it was warm. I don't do well in heat. Anyway, in this video, we're talking again about the disappearance of 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station, Pictou County, Nova Scotia, Canada. They were reported missing around 10 a.m. on May 2nd. How long they've been missing before they were reported is a big question mark for me. I talked about it yesterday. Is it possible that they were missing for at least 2 hours before?
Welcome, Cass. Good to see you today, hon. Thank you for joining us. And I did, Mama D, yes.
Before the alarm was raised.
Have they been calling a long time? 0800.
If so, that gives them a decent head start, doesn't it? That's assuming that what happened to Lily and Jack is what the mother and stepfather have said. That they walked out of the sliding glass door at the back of the trailer and wandered into the woods, or maybe were abducted. It's not what a lot of the social media chatter says, and certainly I'm getting a lot of comments on my videos. There's a whole lot of people think that something nefarious happened to these children. They were last in school on Tuesday, the 29th of April. Children were kept off Thursday and Friday because Lily had a cough. I think there are a whole bunch of red flags here. We don't know if Lily and Jack went missing on Friday. We've only got the parents' word for it. And quite frankly, the stories have been wholly inconsistent, and I really don't like that. The RCMP were asked to comment yesterday by Global News, and they did give a brief comment. So Let's talk about it. So this is from yesterday afternoon, my time. Police in Nova Scotia have remained tight-lipped for days since they announced a scaled-back search. They did 6 whole days, and then they scaled it right back to concentrate on the investigative side of the search. Whenever anybody goes missing, especially children, under potentially suspicious circumstances, in the first week or so, there's a parallel investigation that goes on. It's the search. They're hoping that the kids have just wandered off and they are somewhere in the woods, scared, hungry, very tired, but they get found. They get found, and it is.
And that would be amazing, guys, but I'll be honest with you. At this point, 10, 11 days into this, I don't see that being possible. I hope I'm wrong. I truly hope I'm wrong. Realistically, I just don't think so. And honestly, I had a bad feeling from the first day that I saw this. Absolute. And so there's something's off big time. And it's just, I don't think it's possible. I could be wrong. And if I am, I will be celebrating like you and believe. But I don't know. Something's off with this and has been off. And it's just, I don't see that as being possible.
Surprising. It always surprises me how far little kids can walk. Don't underestimate them. Don't. There was a recent case in Arizona where a little boy walked 7 miles and was rescued by a rancher's dog who spotted him and took him to safety. But that was in the desert. So, yes, lots of hazards, mountain lions and things like that, but walkable.
I'm with you on that, Molly. It makes sense to me.
Than in the woods. Unless there's trails all through those woods that Lily and Jack know. Because, you know, we've heard from Daniel, the stepdad, that he takes them in the woods. They make cabins and little dens and forts and things like that. So maybe Lily and Jack are really comfortable with the woods. We've got to bear that in mind as well. On Facebook, the account Maritime Happenings posted this interesting little snippet. And this is about a 2-year-old who went missing just a couple of days ago in Alberta. That little kid was found a kilometre away, having walked for 8 hours in the darkness before being found. A kilometre, it's at 0.6 miles, so it doesn't sound very far. But for a 2-year-old in the dark, a very, very scary experience. So they say here, how fast can a 2-year-old child travel in the wilderness after dark? This 2-year-old in Alberta travelled a kilometre in 8 hours in the darkness before being found in the wee hours of today. Many were saying there is no way Jack and Lily could have went very far. Fairview RCMP responded to a missing persons alert on May 11th at 10:24 p.m. of a 2-year-old who had wandered from their rural residence in Clear Hills County. They searched all through the night until Grand Prairie's search and rescue helicopter spotted the child. They had wandered 1 kilometre away from home and were found in good health. Yeah, but that kid was spotted. That kid was found. Jack and Lily, 4 and 6 years old, they could have gone a few miles. If they had a 2-hour head start, which is possible, then if they'd walked along the road, they could easily have got out of the search area. But you would think that someone would have spotted them. If they were walking along the road, I think they would have been spotted. I do. One of my, I think, most probable scenarios is that they've tried to get to school. And I know a lot of people are saying this, that, you know, Lily got a backpack. She kept coming in, trying to rouse her parents, and they were sleeping.
That's what pisses me off. If that's true, I'll be honest with you. If that's true, that really, that pisses me off so bad. Okay. Because it's like they were coming to you. Get your ass out of bed and take care of your kids. There's my answer to that question. At some point, you can't just lay around. And if they did, by some weird chance, walk out of that house because their parents wouldn't get up, I'm really bothered by that. Okay. And there's no excuse, in my opinion, for that. Sorry. I have no love for anybody that will allow for that, because that's just pure laziness.
Maybe Lily took it upon herself to get her and Jack ready, and they went. Maybe they waited for the bus. Maybe someone picked them up. I think it's really unlikely in that area, but it's always possible. that there's a monster out there just completely by chance.
Well, major crimes, or I think it's called major crimes. That's basically their investigative unit in Canada was involved quickly, which they said is normal when it comes to like missing kids and stuff. That's fine. But they also went from saying there's no suspicion of any kind of foul play or anything to now they're looking into everything within a couple of days. So that's a problem for me. That tells me I think they probably know something. They're very tight-lipped about it. But I think they know something and they're just kind of waiting to catch what they need to, in my opinion. And we'll probably see it at that point. It just sucks. It sucks really bad because these two beautiful little ones they've done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong other than being children. And this is what we see happen so much. It's absolutely insane to me that it happens so often.
Lots of people think that if they were abducted by someone they know. And it usually is, actually. When someone's abducted, it usually is someone that the family knows. Now, there's been lots of talk about a party that went on the night before because one of the neighbours said they've seen a lot of cars. But there's always cars. There's always a lot of cars. So we don't know. It's completely unconfirmed whether there was a party or whether just someone visited. If there was.
Well, according to the neighbor, Mama D, see, here's the issue is that Wednesday or Thursday, she wasn't sure. There was what she thought was a party because the driveway was full of cars all the way out to where they were parked on the road. And it's just, I'm trying, putting the timeline together on this. The kids were last seen on Tuesday. They got off the bus. That was the last time they were seen by anybody besides the two parents. Then we hear Wednesday, Thursday, there's a party possibly. And then Friday, or they called off of school Thursday. They didn't have school Wednesday. They were called off of school Thursday for being sick, supposedly. And then Friday they go missing. It's all a little bit too convenient for me. Okay. And I still keep going back to this party and it makes me wonder. So I think there could be something there with that. Now, also, I wonder if Friday was actually the day that they actually went missing, and I've been wondering that. So there's a few things with this that I'm really uncomfortable with. I'll just be honest with you. And I'm definitely not comfortable with the mother in the way that she interviewed at all. Yeah. And the theory behind that, SRB, is that with Daniel's job that he gets paid once a month, the last day of the month. Well, that would have been, I believe, that Wednesday. And so what better time to have a party than when you have all that money to spend on it. So that could be it. You know what I mean? I don't know. These are just thoughts and feelings about this thing. I know I'm absolutely disgusted with this whole thing and have been sick to my stomach from the day that we first started covering this because I have a very bad feeling about this. And I have from the beginning, and I don't like it. So, but yeah, I'm very uncomfortable with the mother, very much so. I don't trust either one of them, let me be honest, but out of the two of them, the stepfather, whatever he is, has been more forthcoming with the media and has been out there looking, so on and so forth. But the mom is the one that really irks me the most. I'll just be honest with you. So.
Was a party. I'm hoping very strongly that the RCMP has spoken to every single person at that party. I'm not sure there was a party, though, honestly. I think before I could say, yeah, it's...
Absolutely, Bemmy, absolutely. I used to have hangers all the time. But I had kids, so I had to take my responsibilities that came before me, and that's what you do. That's what you do, period. There's no two ways about it. There's no excuse for it. That's kind of what I've been thinking too, Alicia. And I hope they've spoken to everybody that was there. Asking, first off, did you see the kids? Do you know of this? Did you hear of anything? That kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm with you on that, Alicia. Yeah, the mother gives me really, really bad vibes, per se.
Strongly possible that they were abducted by someone they knew. I'd need to know more about the people connected to the family. Now, there's some shady people who are connected to the family, but whether any of them have the...
Amen to that, Tom.
Steal not one, but two children, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
That's why I'm a little put off by the whole abduction theory because there's two of them. Okay, not just one, but two. And I think that'd be a little bit more dangerous to grab two kids like that than just one. I mean, I'm probably wrong. That's just my feelings on it. But it just seems, I mean, basic by a stranger, an abduction by a stranger. Now, somebody at the party, sure, I could see that happening. Somebody that they knew that they would go to comfortably without making a fuss. The kids were very outgoing, she said, and very welcoming to other people. They both said that. So I don't know. I can't imagine them taking off, though. And if they did walk out, she had her backpack, okay? If they did walk out, maybe they walked out to the road and somebody grabbed them there. But the odds of that happening, because it's such a rural area, is something I thought was kind of odd, you know? That's just my point. What if the kids did, in fact, take off, but it was during that party, parents didn't want to call, so they wait. That's a good point. That's interesting, SRB. Very interesting. Because they were having the party, they were probably afraid they'd get in trouble and it would break everything up, so on and so forth. That's point. Good point. Good point. You guys see why I love this community. Critical thinkers, guys. Critical thinkers.
Sure, an abductor would abduct two children. I mean, look, it's happened before. Look at the Beaumont children in Australia. That's from a long time ago. 3 siblings there were abducted by one person. And they've never been found, and no one's ever been brought to justice for that. But that was an abduction. Like, somebody saw them with a man. That definitely was an abduction. Anyway, back to this article. I am waffling, I understand. So the RCMP had previously said the siblings were believed to have wandered away. They noted that there was no evidence
Good point,
of
Don.
abduction, so it didn't qualify for an Amber Alert. After a lengthily, is that even a word?
Well, because some people don't like to grow up and handle their responsibilities like they're supposed to, Bemmy, and put themselves and their personal lives and the fun that they want to have before their children. It happens a lot. It's very sad, but it does.
Word. After a lengthy and wide search, where upwards of 160 people have been scouring the wooded area on land with search dogs, helicopters and drones, the RCMP said at a briefing on Wednesday, so this was last Wednesday, it was decided to scale back the search, saying the likelihood the children were in the area alive is very low. Based on the experts and the review of facts, the inclement weather, the time frames and their age, the likelihood that they're alive right now is very low, said RCMP Staff Sergeant Rob McCammon. However, since Wednesday, the RCMP have not said anything further about the case and no new details of surfaced.
Bingo, Alicia.
I'm wondering what is next in the search. So, along with that very public search in the first few days, hoping to find the person or persons who are missing alive, there's an investigation. They start the investigation, which is potentially criminal. It could turn into a criminal investigation, but they start that interviews and looking for surveillance footage and things like that. Now, we do know that since the search has been scaled back, there have been RCMP officers still on the ground searching. They searched Lansdowne Lake. They've searched the property multiple times. A local noted that they were searching under the trailer the other day. I hope they brought cadaver dogs in now. I'd like cadaver dogs to run all over that property, in the vehicles, everything. I don't know whether that has happened. There are so many red flags that I can't ignore. There is. Anyway, Global News reached out to the RCMP on Monday, so yesterday, 10 days since the children went missing, for an update. In an interview on Monday afternoon, Nova Scotia RCMP spokesperson Colonel Guy Tremblay said they have nothing new to add regarding the case. I know everyone's affected by it, and investigators continue their hard work, he said. Right now, I can't provide any additional details as I don't want to jeopardize the investigation. But as soon as we have an update, we will provide information to the public. The children's stepfather, Daniel Martel, said he and his family have been working closely with the RCMP to assist in their investigation. They've gone through the house, dogs, they've gone around the property with dogs. I've given them everything they wanted. I've given them my phone. I asked for a polygraph. Martel told Global News that his side of the family are the only ones at the search site after Lily and Jack's mother left Pictou County last Saturday. So just a day after Lily and Jack were reported missing. When reached by phone, the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, said she had been advised by RCMP not to speak with the media further. So she gave that one interview on the Saturday and then disappeared. There was allegedly a fight where Daniel's mother kicked Malaya's family off the property. Daniel, however, told Global News that she left the briefing on Saturday, went to an ambulance, and then he never saw her again. She left at that point. So when this fight happened, I just don't know. So many inconsistencies, really. The maternal grandmother, Cindy Murray, also spoke to Global News and said the family was hoping for a positive outcome, whatever that means. I assume it means the children being found safe and sound. What do I think happened? I think it's possible that they could have wandered into the woods if they're familiar with those woods. It's clear those kids went out on their own, regardless of what the parents said. Daniel let the cat out of the bag by saying he tells them constantly to shut the door. Well, why would he tell them constantly to shut the door if they didn't go outside on their own? You can say they never go outside without supervision all you like, but if you're going out with them, you're going to shut the door, aren't you? So, anyhow, it is possible. It's possible that they're out there somewhere. So many people get missed, even if there's extensive searching. And it's very possible they could have got out of the search area before succumbing to the elements or whatever horrendous thing happened to them. Is it possible that they've been abducted? Yeah, it's always possible, but I don't know. It's a foul play. I can't shake my concern, honestly, and I felt this from the jump. What? I don't know. But both Malia and Daniel surely would be knowledgeable of it, in on it, if it had. They live in a very small trailer. Then again, Leilani Simon murdered Quinton Simon in the same room that her then partner Daniel, he was also called Daniel, was sleeping. So it's absolutely possible that a murder can take place silently, suffocate them in their beds. Do I think something like that happened? No, I don't know. I honestly do not know. I do not know. All I can see is all of the red flags. And I'm sure the RCMP have seen everything that we've seen. They'll be in the Facebook groups. They watch social media. They've seen all the interviews. They'll be analysing everything that Daniel has said. And yeah, it can be helping RCMP. They'll keep him close. They'll be nice to him to gather information. They'll be doing the same with Malia as well. Like, she's not vocal. We don't know what on earth is going on with her. But they'll be doing the same to her. But unless they have probable cause, like something definite, rather than just red flags, which we all can see, they can't arrest. So, people are saying that arrests are imminent, and it's possible. It took them over a month or to arrest Leilani Simon. They knew that she put Quinton's body in a dumpster. They're in no rush. If they are developing a case against someone or someone's, they're in no rush. They know where these people are. So do I think arrests are imminent? I don't know what I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me that literally nothing happens. Look at Summer Wells. Look at all the red flags in her case. And almost 4 years later, Summer is still missing with absolutely no solid information about what happened to her. This is the Canadian version of Summer Wells. Really sad. Coming up 2 weeks now. Where are Jack and Lily? What happened to them? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Next up,
When you see a large scale,
we got a new segment from CBC out. Hang on here.
Search effort like we did last week for two missing children in Pictou County, you can see it's a major undertaking. But some involved in these searches are calling for changes to make it possible for them to keep doing their work more effectively. Kevin McLean is the president of the Colchester Ground Search and Rescue Association. Mr. McLean, why do you have funding concerns when it comes to search and rescue?
I'd say because we're not really well funded, at least not across the province. I happen to be on a team that is recognized by the municipality in which we reside. That's the Colchester area, where the municipality of Colchester County and the town of Stewiacke recognize the services we provide as essential. So our team is one of the better funded teams within the province, but that's not the case with most of the other teams. There are a total of 23 teams in the province, and funding is generally lacking throughout the province for the GSAR teams.
And so, from best you know, how underfunded do you feel they are?
Well, the provincial government provides each team $3,000 a year, which is the same value that they've been paying each team for about 20 years now. Well, we haven't seen an increase in the payment from the provincial level, and at the municipal level, it ends up being a function of what they can squeeze out of their own operating budgets. So it varies across the province with many of their teams.
Okay, and have you asked for an increase?
Of course. We ask for an increase every year, and as far as I know, every team asks for an increase every year, both at the provincial level and at the municipal level. But oftentimes, it's not.
This is a problem as far as I'm concerned, because we need these types of things for just this reason, to be able to do this. You know what I mean? It's important to be able to find kids and stuff like when they go missing. It shouldn't be a secondary situation.
Forthcoming.
Okay. So how does a search like the one we witnessed last week, which was rather large scale, how does it get funded?
So the operating expenses of a search are covered by both the EMO and the RCMP. So the EMO, which is the provincial government layer that funds the search and rescue efforts, they cover our travel expenses to the search. And then all our operating expenses at the search are covered by the RCMP.
Okay, and so who pays for the gear? Is there gear that you still need?
Well, every search member is responsible for outfitting him or herself with their own gear. So they typically pay for their own gear, and it's accumulated over, a period of a year, couple of years, whatever, to get all the equipment that they are required to carry with them when they go out on a search.
So is any gear provided?
On our team, we're able to provide the outer layer. So we provide the coat, the 3-in-1 coat, the rain pants, the helmet, headlamp, those types of things. But a lot of teams, that's not even possible with their operating budgets that they have. So.
Okay, some people might be surprised to learn that, and I gather fundraising then becomes a big part of your life. What kind of fundraising do the groups do? How much of a difference does that or can that make?
We typically budget in the order of $20,000 to $30,000 a year that we try to raise through fundraising, and we'll do various things like traffic control, parade marshaling, volunteer work within the community where we can be funded. We're trying to expand into offering food services at some of the various community events with the use of our food trailer that we have.
And so in terms of training, how extensive is the training? How much funding is required for that, or what would you like to see in that regard?
We ask our members to come out every Tuesday evening. We train for 2 hours every Tuesday at our base in Divert. But we also have special training options on weekends throughout the year. We try to focus on about 4 mock searches throughout the year to give people more real life exposure to a search environment. And then we will also have other training events that go on the weekends. So it ends up being fairly extensive in terms of the hours that we ask our volunteers to participate in the training that we're offering, and also the people that are organizing the training are putting in some extra hours to have it ready to deliver when our volunteers show up.
Okay, and so what would you like to see change then?
What would I like to see changed? I'd like to see a little more funding so that we don't have to spend our volunteer hours going out fundraising, asking for more funding from the general public. I'd like to also see some funding, probably more, I don't know if it's provincial level or whatever, but I'd like to see some command posts set up across the province with probably more select teams that are equipped to be able to handle some of these larger multi-team, multi-day searches that are going on. Not every team of the 23 teams have the manning and the resourcing capabilities to manage those level of searches, but I'm thinking, 3 or 4 more additional command centers that could be expanded in times of need to be able to handle these larger searches would be a nice bonus for the effort across the province.
Okay, and just quickly before I let you go, this latest search was the first time involvement of the new Nova Scotia Guard. How helpful were they in this case? How much do you need them?
I would say the Nova Scotia Guard was helpful in that it allowed us to free up some of our trained members to be able to do more searching. So they took on some of the roles like traffic control and parking and some transportation type responsibilities, which allowed us to free up some of our trained searchers to be able to go back in the woods. So from that regard, I could see it adding some benefit. Yeah.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there, Mr. McLean. Thank you for all you do.
All right.
I can agree, Karen.
Thank you for the chance to have this chat today.
Just thought it was a little bit of an interesting segment to know that information, in my opinion. Sorry, guys. Hang on here. All right, let's see what else we got on the kids. 1 minute here. If anything else here. 1 minute here. So Gavin, I don't know if you guys follow Gavin Fish. I do. He put something out 18 hours ago on this. That's kind of interesting to me. Talking about refocusing the investigation, and I thought that was kind of important. So let's check this out real quick, guys.
We have covered the Madeline Soto case at length here on the channel. And there was a time when I could not pronounce Kissimmee. I just didn't know anything about the case. And I got over it. I said, we're going to do it anyway. And that's what we're doing tonight. So hopefully you are going to exercise a Herculean amount of patience with me. You're going to extend me a little grace as we talk about the missing Sullivan siblings. Lilly, age 6, there on the left, and Jack, age 4, on the right. These are a pair of siblings that have gone missing out of rural Nova Scotia. And I'm going to be using to guide us through this first episode on this case. Boy, I want them to be found safely so badly. And I don't want there to be 100 videos on this case. I want there to be one video, and I want to hear that they've been found safely. Because this website is doing a terrific job of publishing information about cases like this. And of course, they have a case page for Lilly and Jack. So what I want to do first is go through most of the timeline so that we understand the case that's going on. And then I actually have a couple of videos. One is about 15 minutes long. It's a press conference that was held by the National Police. I can never remember if it's the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I think that's what it is, RCMP. And then I have a 5-minute video from PR on Earth on this one. Okay, this is North America. Lilly had a cough. So on Tuesday, April 20th, this is a very...
I'm going to skip through some of these things that we know. I'm going to hit the timeline because that's the most important thing here. Thank you, SRB. And then I want to make sure that there's nothing we missed within the timeline to be able to add to what I have in my notes. If so, and then I'll go from there.
Rural area. Okay, so that's where we're starting. And let's just go through the timeline. Okay, I'm gonna actually go down here to the timeline. Okay, so the kids did not attend school that week since Tuesday. They were kept home because Lilly had a cough. So on Tuesday, April 29th, the bus driver dropped them off at home.
Now that right there is something I've heard this. I wanted to make sure, but I've heard that more than once. Now explain something to me. If Lilly had a cough, why did Jack not go to school? Anybody else question that at all? That's one of the biggest things that I have issues with. Thank you, Aurora. I'll have to check that out for sure. In fact, I will write that down. But anyway, why didn't Jack go to school if Lilly was sick home on Thursday? Okay. Like I said, they went to school Tuesday and Monday. Josie's in the house. What's up, Josie Joe? Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. They went to school Monday and Tuesday. Got off the bus Tuesday. Last time they were seen by anybody else alive. Okay. Didn't have school Wednesday. For whatever reason, they were closed. Thursday, called off sick. Friday, go missing, based on their timeline. You as well, Josie. Great to have you here, sis. So again, Lily's sick. That's fine. She calls off for school Thursday. Why did Jack not go? That's one of my main questions there. Which is why I'm starting to wonder if the call off was for another reason other than them actually being sick. Okay, just a thought. Just a thought.
Home after school on Tuesday. And by the way, this has links that's well sourced. I really want to know who this person is who does this website because my goodness, they do a good job. Okay. The following day, Wednesday, April 30th, the province had no school because of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This is a culturally significant day.
Oh, I agree, Cap. 100%, bud. I have questions, but I don't want to throw 100% blame on anything until we know for sure. But something, yeah, I agree, is way off.
For the entire country and observe across all schools and public institutions in Nova Scotia. Does Nova Scotia mean New Scotland? Is that what Nova Scotia means? Here, let's look on here. Nova Scotia meaning. It is New Scotland. Thought I remembered.
That's one of my thoughts too, SRB, for real.
So 6-year-old Lilly Sullivan and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan are reported missing from their rural home on Gerlach Road in Lansdowne Station, Pictou County. I think I just butchered that. About 30 kilometers from New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. The children were last seen playing in the yard. Mom said they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. By the way, I will say that the parents, and I did not, the mom and the stepdad, I didn't prepare images of them. Let's see. Lilly and Jack Sullivan, mom. Let me just.
Truly, you guys, we don't know. Something could have happened Tuesday night for all we know. Okay. Or Wednesday. I'm going to go with Tuesday or Wednesday is my days because I just don't feel comfortable with the way school was called Thursday for one, but they both stayed home. That's uncomfortable for me. So I'll just be honest with you. I mean, it's possible, Fizzy. It is possible. what I don't like is the way she described it, that it's diagnosed, and they just think that. And a lot of people use that excuse now for reasons for different things that I'm just not comfortable with. So it's possible, but I don't know. It could be an excuse too. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
See if I can find a. You know, when cases like this go crazy, it's hard to find pictures of parents. It's just, sorry, I didn't prepare that, guys. Didn't do a good job there. Okay, so anyway, what is the mom's name here? Mother.
Exactly. Exactly.
Murray. Let's try that one more time. We'll look for an image. There we go. Okay. So open image and new tab. This is. It's not a very good picture of her, but as far as like the photo quality. So looks like Malia Brooks Murray.
See, here's my thing with the neighbor, though. The neighbor that gave the interview lives 500 kilometers away. That's the next closest neighbor. And said that she didn't even know that they had kids there, but noticed that the party was going on, and but never had realized that there were kids there. That's sad to me. That bothers me a little bit. So I'm going to say that. I'm just following his timeline. Yeah, he's a little off. I agree with that too.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we're going to get back to this. Okay. So about 11 a.m. following their disappearance, a vulnerable missing persons advisory was issued in Pictou County. The county district RCMP, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, is seeking public assistance in locating 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack. They were last seen this morning, May 2nd, on Gairloch Road, the Lansdowne Station. Lily Sullivan has shoulder length, light brown hair and bangs, and may be wearing a pink sweater, pink pants, and pink boots. Jack Sullivan has short blondish hair and was last seen wearing blue dinosaur boots. Further clothing details are unavailable. Okay. 5:27 p.m. a broadcast intrusive alert was issued extending to Antigonish, Colchester, and Pictou counties. RCMP and emergency responders began search efforts immediately, deploying ground crews and air support. By 6 p.m., the coordinated response.
Don't feel bad, Bemmy. I'm right there with you. I think a few of us are really pissed off about this because there is no excuse for that. None.
Includes ground search and rescue teams from across Nova Scotia. Additional support is being provided by the Civil Air Search and Rescue Association, Department of Natural Resources Air Services, and various RCMP units, including police dog services, remotely piloted aircraft system operators. The RCMP has also issued a vulnerable person alert. So, okay, so that's what happened on May the 2nd. So about 10 days ago. They have full-on dispatch recordings here, guys. It's amazing. Okay, the next day, 4 p.m., an emergency alert was issued for Pictou, Antigonish, and Colchester counties regarding missing vulnerable children, Lily and Jack, last seen on the 2nd. A massive multi-agency search is launched. Over 160 trained searchers join. Daniel Martel attend a briefing at the search and rescue head. So the mom and stepdad. Now, Daniel Martel, these guys, as I understand it, have been under a little bit of suspicion. I think probably simply because they're the parents, they're the guardians. That typically happens. I would love to know your comments on this, because as I understand it, they've said that they would do lie detector tests and stuff like that. But anyway, according to Martel, Malia left in the middle of the briefing and was sitting in the back of the ambulance. She then left the area with her mother, and Martel stated that he has not seen or heard from her since. He says she cut off all contact with him following that. Okay, the 4th, Daniel Martel. I'm going to look up Daniel Martel. Let's just see if we can get a picture of him. Yeah, this is actually a picture of both of them. So let's zoom up on that a little bit. Here we go.
Right. Maybe this is somebody sent me this and said, check this out, but maybe it's not a good idea. We'll see how it goes from here on out, and then maybe we'll have to change it to another one. Maybe.
All right. So these are the parents. Okay. So on the 4th, Daniel Martell shared the following account with news outlets regarding the disappearance of Lilly and Jack Sullivan. By the way, I mean, typically, when parents of missing children do anything with the news, they do so with the partnership of the police that they're working with. That's not always the case. I mean, if you think about like Aubrey Wu, that was not the case, and they definitely worked outside of the police agencies. They had some issues in the beginning there, but I do kind of feel like Stephen Stearns and Jen Soto did media interviews. Chris Watts did media interviews. Scott Peterson did media like it just feels weird. Do the stuff with the police, and then unless you have some problem with the police. Anyway, okay, I digress. Daniel Martell shared the following account with news outlets regarding the disappearance of Lilly and Jack. Early morning, Martell says Lilly came into the room multiple times while Jack was likely playing in the kitchen. Likely means they must have been in bed. Shortly after, he believes the children quietly opened the back sliding door and went outside. Their boots were found beside the door. Moments later, Martell assumes they exited through the back fence and left the property. Upon realizing they were gone, he says he immediately got in his car and searched nearby dirt roads, culverts, rivers, and streams. Approximately 10 minutes later, Martell returned home and resumed the search on foot. I don't know. That's pretty suspicious to me, guys. I don't know about that. A little suspicious. Okay, on the 5th, stepfather, Martell, see this picture again right there, is interviewed for hours by the RCMP. They state that the RCMP states there's no evidence of foul play or abduction at this time. An Amber Alert is not issued. A vulnerable persons alert is broadcast locally. A spokesperson says no Amber Alert will be issued because there are specific requirements for issuing an Amber Alert, including the belief that a child has been abducted. There's no evidence of an abduction. They are believed to have wandered. Okay, she added that they are not believed to be with an adult. It's going to be a multi-agency response. There are a variety of sources going out, McCann said. So a focus search initiated. A report of a child's boot print found near a Sullivan residence leads search crews to concentrate efforts in that specific area. The community rally support. Okay, May 6th, so less than a week from today. Items are found during a search, including child's clothing, water bottle. Daniel Martell states these items do not belong to Lilly or Jack, raising questions about their origin. The children's family urges the RCMP to expand the search across provincial borders and airports, suggesting now a possible abduction. Children's mother, Brooks Murray, has been staying with her mother in a nearby town since the children went missing. That, again, is really suspicious. That's like Jennifer Soto going to sleep, right? It's just suspicious. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's doing anything wrong, but it feels odd to me. Okay, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police deployed drones to aid in the search. The drones had enhanced nighttime search capabilities using FLIR technology. So that's a thermal technology. Okay, May 7th. The Mounties.
Welcome, Rose and Stitches. Good to see you both. Thank you for joining us today. And guys, I struggle really bad. Like I said, I've been involved in search and rescue situations. Police were here fast. Okay, they got on top of this very quickly. They brought in drones, choppers, and search crews very quickly with this, and they found nothing. Nothing. They found one set of footprints near the woods, which could have been from any time. Nothing else. Nothing. Which tells me those kids are not out there. They didn't wander off and go out into this woods somewhere. They would have been found. Something would have been found. They found nothing. That bothers me. Okay. So, and I hate saying this out loud. I do. But in my opinion, the only way they're on that property is if they're buried somewhere on that property. They were taken either away from the property or that, what I said first. The scent ending in the driveway, agreed. If they did walk out of the house and walked up that driveway, it's grand possibility somebody did grab them. Okay. I hate to say that, but they are not in those woods or in that surrounding area, in my opinion. There's no way, because as fast as they responded with that, with the SAR teams, I don't believe they could be. It's I don't know, guys. It's crazy.
Collect evidence. Officers arrive at the Sullivan residence and ask Daniel Martell to turn over his phone. Martell states that he complied and handed it over. The family declines to comment. When asked by reporters about the investigation, Cindy Murray, the maternal grandmother, responded, "We're not discussing anything right now. The police told us not to." And that is the first non-suspicious thing that I have read about the family. To 11 that day, the Mounties announced a scaling back of ground search operations, citing extensive coverage of the terrain and
Which is
lack
very
of
true,
confirmed
Alicia.
sightings.
Very, very
I think that's
good
the press
point.
conference. I'm going to show you that press conference. Okay. In fact, why don't we pause there and we will go to that press conference. I have edited out, I bumped up the audio. I have edited out kind of the introduction and the parts that are in French. It's kind of a thing in France when they do official things, they do it in both official languages of the country. So let's go ahead and just watch this press conference here.
Now I'm going to skip through this because we've seen this twice. I am going to stop though at the major crimes part of this. It was interesting to me to hear this. I'm going to show you why.
Rob McCammon, Robert, and MCCAMON is the last name. So major crime became involved earlier in the investigation. We're able to bring in some specialized knowledge and skill sets, and we help with the information management and decision making. As we scale back, as we've identified, there are certain areas that are going to be relooked at that could contain a confined area perhaps, and maybe need some more specialized search areas. But I'll leave that to the search crews to expand on. And we're going to continue pursuing any leads or information that comes in.
It's complete bullshit here too, Mama D. Don't feel bad.
And the stuff that we do have. We have engaged in all areas of the RCMP. All tools that are available to us are being considered and engagement appropriate.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, and a follow-up that I guess the general population looks at it and says, you've searched very thoroughly this area.
Mm-hmm.
You would have found them if they were there. Which then makes people, certainly on social media, people are assuming, right?
I think so, Meredith.
That there's a criminal element to this.
Sure.
And can you, I know, what can you tell me about that if you work on that?
Well, I can't really speculate on the investigation, obviously. That wouldn't be fair to the process. But we are constantly reviewing everything that's been done, looking at all different facets of available information, and we'll make decisions on that. I can't really comment on the details of that, but we will pursue every lead that becomes.
That's a good point, Critical. Like I said, I feel that Tuesday night, Wednesday or Thursday could be the day that they actually went missing. Okay. Or whatever happened. And I keep that in the back of my mind because we don't know for sure if Friday morning is true. Only because it's so shifty what I've heard. So yeah, and that's a good point too, because they have horrible reception out here, you guys. The portable radios weren't even communicating with each other because it's so far out in the boondocks per se. So great point there, Critical. Great thought about the 911 call as well. Great idea. I like the way you think, as always. Good points.
Available and take it where it needs to go. So,
thank you. So, is there?
By the way, like our neighbors to the north, Canada, you guys, you have a reputation in the world for being happy, polite, good people. And every time I watch anything out of Canada, it just reinforces, I know it's a stereotype, but it reinforces it. It's a great stereotype to have. They're absolutely,
that's a great statement and or question, Mama D. If RCMP actually spoke to the people at the party, did anyone confirm? That's what I want to know. Were the kids at this party? That's what I want to know. Because if that's the case, then we know that they were seen, or they were alive at least, at that point, which was either Wednesday or Thursday night afternoon. I'm sorry. And that's kind of important to me because that would tell you again that their story's not true. Like I said, this is way out there. There was a guy that was recently released from prison, I do believe, that was a RSO that relocated to that area. I do have a little bit of a worry about that. I don't know. There was a failed abduction. Yeah, I think it was in April. Okay, that happened in that area that I found out about. So that makes me a little unnerved. I'll say that. But the way this is all playing out, I don't see that being the probability. Let me put it that way. It's like the highest probability. Let me say that. So I don't know. We shall see. Hopefully, on we go.
I don't know. That's apropos of nothing, but yeah, he just answered politely. Yeah, you know, it wouldn't be fair to the process if I were to tell you about it. And so I'm just not going to tell you about it. But he did it in the most polite way, man. If that was a DA from my area, he would have yelled at the reporter for asking a dumb question. Love you, Canadians. Love our neighbors to the north.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Great point, SRB.
You at first said it wasn't suspicious. You think the kids just wandered off. Now you're saying every missing person's investigation is considered suspicious. Is it still suspicious? Are there any suspects here?
Again, I'm not going to comment on the details of the investigation, but I will comment when somebody goes missing and we become engaged as any police officer, not just major crime, we will look at all the details and make considerations on the information we have, right? When it comes to a missing person, we have to automatically consider those, are there people that have different charter implications and things like that? So we will automatically start to consider what evidence is pointing us towards a suspicious in nature. Again, I can't comment more than that, but every missing person case, we would approach it from the same process. A methodical collection and review of information with decisions based on that.
I'm exactly on the same page as you with that. I don't buy that at all. I don't. Something's off. Way off with this one. Michelle keeps calling it Summer Wells 2.0, the Canada's version. I'm kind of with her because this is just I get the same feeling on this. It's weird, very weird. Again, I'm not feeling the story put up Friday. I think they were already long gone, and the parents just that's kind of my thought too. I'm right there. Same thing I've been thinking. Almost exactly. Yes, sir.
And the family has said they believe it's an abduction or they suspect it's an abduction. Are there now any clues or anything leading you to think that might be possible?
If we had any information that led that way and we felt that we could provide anything with the public, we would have done that. We would have got that information out. We're working very closely with the family and we will pursue every avenue. But again, I'm not going to make any specific comments, but anything that would point towards that, we would immediately take steps to address things that need to be addressed.
That's a good answer. That's a very good answer. I'm not going to tell you exactly, but in general, that was really good. Be Concilio. Please post timeline channel you spoke. It's crimetimelines.com. And mods, if you can put that in the live chat, I'd appreciate it.
I think this question is the most important. It sounds like you talked about survivability. I'm wondering if you could address that specifically, given the ages of these missing children and the weather conditions.
It looks like Autumn's on it. Thanks, Autumn.
Yeah. So the incident command person with the RCP, along with the search manager, at some point have to make a decision when would it scale back the search, and a number of factors would have to take consideration, and they would, based upon scientific information that they have, to deem when that time has to come, and that is now. And a lot of those factors come into play would be the age of the missing persons, the weather, how long it's been, what area has been covered. So at that point, they have to make a decision on that.
I hate to ask this, but given their age and conditions, if they were still
I guess it goes back to all those factors have to come into play, right? So we are scaling back because it's time to move to a different part of the search.
Scale back versus active search. I know yesterday there was
Oh, it could be. It could be. I definitely question the mother more than anybody in this. That's a fact. That could be. They could both be in it together, and that's what caused them to split. It could be that I don't know. There's a lot of could be's on this, but that's a good one, Wicked. Good point.
Yeah, Lewis, Susan, exactly.
Yeah. So just to go to the first point, there's been a lot of searchers here, and we can't thank them enough for being here. They've given up. A lot of them have been here since day one, and they have given up. Some have taken time off work. Some have left their families behind, and we're very grateful for that.
I really like this guy. The empathy coming, it like oozes out of me. I'm glad that he's in charge of the search.
Saying that, we will look in on them and their senior managers to give us some recommendations of what else we can do. But we will take that and we will explore whatever we have and whatever we can do to check it in spots that need to be checked or whatever. But at this point in time, after today, we just won't see all these searchers here.
Sure. Amy, if you're comfortable with that. Thank you.
Hey, by the way, before we get into this question, I was going through these pictures. You know, these are basically the only pictures of these kiddos that I can find online. Hey, research crew, if you're watching, let's see if we can find some more pictures of Jack and Lily. But this is another one of those things. It's kind of like the Madeline Soto case. Why are there so few photos? It just feels like the kiddos were neglected. That's what it feels like. I'm not saying it's true. Just if you were to ask me for pictures of any of my children, including the grown ones, the ones that live far away, I would be able to avalanche upon you so many photos, high quality photos, easily. And it just appears that these are kind of like the only pictures of these kiddos. And it is an indication to me that they're neglected kiddos. It's just my opinion. I'm not saying it's true. It's just what it feels like to me.
You talk about how tough it was. It looks almost impossible. What did you see? What did your people on the team see?
Well, these woods, they are very thick. There's a lot of the hurricane damage from Fiona a couple years ago, and we've had teams struggling to get through areas, and I can't see anything more.
They said in the beginning, well, we're here because of the age of the children, and in the beginning, when there's a disappearance like this, we got to
their search. They said they're going to be circling back on areas.
Particularly from an investigative perspective, things they're not saying. It was very, very clear yesterday in the press conference that the staff sergeant in charge of the investigative side of this said just things he couldn't say. At the same time, it's very, very intense and very thick area that they're searching, very difficult to traverse, even for trained adults, let alone children. So they've obviously made the decision that they don't believe the kids have got further than their perimeter, the area they've already searched. So they want to go back and research it. And he also specifically said there's areas that they want to revisit. Mm-hmm. So why is that? It's disturbing to me that they think the children may not be alive, but the RCMP are really good at this, big searches and investigations. And so they know something we don't, and we have to trust them that.
We've seen all of this. So I think I'm going to pass on the rest of this. Whoever sent this, thank you. I appreciate it very much. But we've seen everything in there. It's nothing new nor nothing any more helpful than what we have. So I appreciate it very much. Let's see here. I do have some other things here. One minute. Oops. Yeah. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Okay. There's not even nothing like I can't Google anything any newer than like 8 days, I think. We're way past that now. So what I'm gonna do is hang on a minute. Yeah. 1 second. Where it is. Here it is. All right. Bingo. Fucking mama bear. Okay. Oop, what did I do? I grabbed the wrong link, guys. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let's try that again. There we go. All right. So this is one of the Facebook pages. Missing Lilly and Jack Sullivan discussion and updates, so on and so forth. Somebody stated in here that I believe the parents should be held in custody until either someone speaks or they find evidence our justice system is broken. That's a good point. This is one of my biggest questions. Congrats, Miss Cassie. 22 months. All right. Happy day anniversary to you. Catching up with your mom and everybody else there, kiddo. Appreciate you very much. This camper here, guys, the fact that there was 4 adults on this property, that's so crazy to me that nobody knows something unless they all know this together. These are all, Daniel's mother and brother Justin lived in this camper, and were on property the day that they quote unquote went missing, on top of the other days beforehand. So I'm almost guaranteeing you they have to know something of sorts. I would at least think.
So someone asked what my thoughts were on Jack and Lilly.
I'm going to scroll through some of this stuff that's been put out on Facebook on their pages itself to show you guys a little bit of what's being said and what's going on. Let me see here. Okay.
Disappearance. Let's get this straight. Last time I talked about this on my other account, I got booted off right away. My thoughts, both the stepdad and mom, crocodile tears in made-up stories. Like they had days in advance because the kids weren't in school, so they made up a whole story. Like they knew what the fuck they were doing. Anyways, in the real dad, and the kids are indigenous, so they have indigenous blood in them, which is a big thing for the buyers. Maybe you don't know, they sacrifice kids all the time, and they look for that blood. That's why when they first came over here, and they said, they found this new land, but they didn't find anything because there were already people here, and they've been trying to kill them off for hundreds of years, thousands of years. So here we are, and they like to have that blood. And the Hollyweirds and everyone are involved, and they do all this shit, horrendous things to kids, but everything's just kept quiet because...
Okay, so we're going to move past this one. This dude seems like he's a little out there.
I have been asked by a few of you to do a peek at the children who have disappeared from Nova Scotia. That is Lilly and Jack. And they disappeared about a week ago. And I have been looking at their pictures and writing down what I'm seeing. I'm not going to post it. If I get anything of importance, I will contact the authorities. I'm not going to post it on TikTok. I don't want to discourage anybody from searching for them. I don't want to
just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home.
I just want them back. I just want them to come back.
Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds.
It was that's why last night was horrible. I couldn't do it.
But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst.
Okay, so this was as of May 8th. I think we've already gone over this. That afternoon, a friend drives him to the Children's Protective Service office in Sellerton, where he requests to see a 16-month-old daughter. Oh, yeah, so that's the other part of this. Of course, when the mother left, she took the baby with her and then goes to the Children's Services office, CPS, CSB, whatever they call it there, is trying to see his daughter, and they denied that. That's interesting, guys. I don't know if the mother doesn't have custody now, if CSB has the baby with them and the mother is there and the father's here. If that's the case, then that tells me something. Okay, that says something to me that they're looking into both parents, in my opinion. As of now, I can't be around Meadow, he said during the interview with the kids going missing. Children's Protective Services wants to keep a tight leash on everything. So if the mother's allowed, that says they're looking at Daniel clearly. But if she's not, then they're looking at both parents. I would hope that would be the deal. Not sure, but that's interesting that, he's not allowed. And I'd like to know if the mother's allowed, the same scenario. Let's see here. I'm shocked they haven't charged the parents with possession of drugs or intent to sell something. It's already been confirmed that drugs were in the house, which was another piece of info that was stated when they searched the house. They did find stuff. RCMP has confirmed the police executed a search warrant at the home shared by the children's mother and boyfriend, Daniel Martell. During the search, police seized suspected drugs and charged Martell with possession for the purpose of trafficking and child neglect and abandonment. So I haven't seen those charges, but they're claiming that they did. That's interesting. But if he was charged, why is he not in jail? Okay. I don't understand that. She was carrying a white backpack with strawberries, jackass, short. Yeah, okay, we know that. Okay, on. Just checking these Facebook pages to see if there's anything new through here for us to see. Staff Sergeant Rog McCammon, acting officer in charge, maker crime, left details, but you did say some specialized knowledge and skill sets were brought in to help with decision making. Okay. Interesting. Trying to find anything new. I don't see anything new, guys. I get so unnerved when they don't put new updates out on this stuff like this. It's been driving me nuts. And that's the problem, is that with RCMP being as quiet as they're being, that tells me something, in my opinion, that they're onto. Yeah, it reminds me of Dylan Eller, that case there. Same thing, too. Little Dylan had the boots. Remember that? Okay. Let me see here. Found a missing 2-year-old that wandered 7 miles. We know about that. Okay. Like I said, none of this stuff so far is new. Just looking to see if there is. Of course, that shows the area. This is one of the most rural areas I've ever seen. Thank you, Mama D. I'll pull that up here. Let's see here. The hell? So this is the mother's brother, Joe Fernandez, says, still praying and sharing. Please share and issue an Amber Alert to find these precious children. We cannot go another night without them home in their mother's arms. Please share, share, share. Down below it says, Daddy O'Reddick says, post all you want, Joe. I'm still coming to collect. What the hell? See? That's what I'm saying. There's something within this group here that's not healthy at all. I will pull that up next there. Again, thank you for that, Mama D. They denied him polygraph tests, which tells me they don't seem to care. Okay. Wait, what? 18 hours ago? That ain't true. This says I live 20 minutes away. My dad's buddy at work. Buddy works. Wife's best friend was on scene, and apparently they have been found on the property unalived. Everyone around here is saying they have heard too. They were what? This is why I can't stand certain social media. Although that wouldn't surprise me. All right, let me get to this other update. Was what'd you say it was, Mama D? CBC? CTV. Sorry, my apologies, guys. All right, let me get this up here real quick. You said an hour ago? Hmm. They ran the little thing they had on. Okay, I can run this one first, and we'll move to a new one if I find it here. This was the newest one. This is from 19 hours ago, but I'll keep looking for this other one and run it.
And there's still no sign of 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, the two missing children who are believed to have wandered into the woods near their Pictou County home. While RCMP say the search has been scaled back, the investigation efforts are still underway. No new updates have been released. As the community continues to wait, people are feeling sad, worried, and they have multiple questions. The municipality's warden says many are struggling with that unknown.
There's a concern about what happened, and there's also within the younger community and their parents, we don't know what happened. There's a lot of apprehension.
Thanks, Mama D. I
let
love
your little ones out of sight. Do you let them just play as they normally do, and they'll be around somewhere?
The warden also urged the public to avoid spreading speculation on site and to be patient as the RCMP continues its work. He says the community is proud of the effort by search and rescue teams and are hoping for a positive outcome.
Okay, so it's a written article. Gotcha. 1 second, guys. Let me see here. Bingo. Here we go. Thanks, Mama D. All right. see. Blah, blah, blah. Why is that covered up? There we go. We want answers. All avenues being explored in search for missing Nova Scotia children. Police say this is an hour ago, so no, I doubt that they were found on the property then. All avenues are being explored in the ongoing search for 2 young missing children in Nova Scotia. According to police, Pictou County District RCMP provided an update Tuesday on the search for 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan. It's believed the siblings wandered away from their home on Garlock Road in the rural community of Lansdowne Station, Nova Scotia. Let's see. The extensive search for the children involved up to 160 volunteer searchers. Tens of thousands of search hours are covered. Okay, we know all that. Let's see. Is there anything new? Police say they have received more than 180 tips from the public and are following up on them. They say they've interviewed 35 people as part of the investigation, including community members and those closest to the children. I hope to God it's the people that were at that party too. RCMP confirmed its underwater recovery team searched bodies of water around Lansdowne Thursday and Friday with no evidence was found. We continue to work day and night on this file, said McKinnon. Like all Nova Scotians, we want answers. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And we want to know what happened to these children. Please continue to ask anyone with information. Damn. So there's really nothing new other than that it was scaled back. I don't like this, you guys. I don't like this at all. Damn it. Let's see if I have anything else here for it. Give me one moment, guys. I'm digging. Let's see. See what else I can find in here. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. I was skipping through something that I had. Hang on. What's this one here? Hold on a minute. There really is nothing new. 1 second, guys. I'm still digging here. I truly think it's because RCMP is really onto something and they're doing their investigation. I think that's what this is about, why we're not getting that much new stuff on this. Evil Exists dropped something new 10 hours back. Let's see what that is. We've been following them too on this. Very possibly, Bemmy. Do you think they scaled back because they knew something? Yeah, I absolutely could believe that. I hope they did. I hope they definitely hope they talked to the people that were at the party. I truly do. Canadian Amber Alerts are a lot along the same lines as what we have here with the ridiculous stipulations before they
We are past the 10-day mark now of Lilly and Jack's.
Before they can put it out. So that's why they suck, because you have to hit these certain stipulations before they'll actually run it, which is ridiculous to me. I think if a child goes missing, immediately they should start one up. I don't care where you're at. So anyway, let's check this out real quick.
We are past the 10-day mark now of Lilly and Jack Sullivan's disappearance. Obviously, as time goes by, the chances of them being found alive and well get lower and lower.
They did search local waterways, a lake, and multiple ponds, I do believe, with nothing to avail from that, which is that's sad too.
Young, and 10 days is a long time to be somewhere out there. I feel that someone knows exactly what happened to them and where they are. Police have scaled back the search very quickly, and I don't think they would have done that without having some sort of evidence that the children are no longer with us. They would still be out there, conducting large-scale searches if they believed the children were alive and out in the woods or abducted. Updates from police are definitely becoming less, leading me to believe that they are working behind the scenes, gathering evidence, before making arrests. There is no point in arresting someone for child neglect if there may be a bigger crime that has taken place, for example. Global News reached out to police yesterday for an update. The public interest is great in this case, and people are getting frustrated with the lack of police updates too. Our CMP spokesperson said that they have nothing new to add regarding the case. He knows that everyone is affected by it, and investigators continue their hard work. Right now, he can't provide any additional details as he doesn't want to jeopardize the investigation. As soon as they have an update, it will be provided to the public. Just that statement alone, about jeopardizing the investigation, tells me that they know a lot more than they're saying. This case is going to move forward very soon, and I think I know exactly who they are looking at. The children's stepfather said he and his family have been working closely with the police in their investigation. They've gone through the house with dogs, and around the property with dogs too. Daniel said his side of the family were the only ones at the search site, while the mother has left. When contacted by phone, the children's mother said police advised her not to talk with the media. Her mother said the family was hoping for a positive outcome.
You know, with hearing that there's possible charges brought against Martell, I gotta wonder, since we haven't seen him in the past 3 days, I wonder if he did get arrested. That's interesting. I just now thought that, because normally he was on the news almost every day. I have not seen him in 3 days, guys. So I got to wonder, did he get arrested? And are they holding him because of those drug charges possibly? And whatever else they think? I never thought that before till just now. No idea, Cassie. That's a great question. Great question. Unless she didn't notice until all the cars were there. That's possible too. It is a interesting thought though, Cass, to be honest with you. Thanks, SRB. Mama Bear changed her channel name up, guys. Something really awesome. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. Okay, so I guess we're gonna move forward into some other stuff. Hold on. Let me double check what I got here in the background. Bear with me 1 second. I gotta grab some. That was fast. Very fast. Let me see here. Just a quick sidestep here for a minute. That's another good point, Donna. Very good point. Wow, that was really fast. Yep, it's here. Y'all, we're going to have a better microphone coming. It doesn't cut off whenever it feels like it. Oh, boy. I'm excited. Yep. There it is. In the house. All right. And we get to add a little bit more interesting stuff to this. So that's awesome. Thank you again. You know who you are. God bless. I appreciate that very much. It's here. It's here. It's here. I can get rid of this stupid microphone and get the new one hooked in. You are awesome. Yes, you are. You know who you are. Okay. Let's see what. First off, what was sent to me? What was not? Hold on here. Hold on here for a second. I've also been trying to follow Sebastian Rogers. Any updates there? There's really not. It's very sad. Very sad. Too many of these cases happening like this, and it's just horrible. I don't know, you guys. He was at one time Mama Bear, but then was released. The charges, something happened with the charges, but that did initially happen. Okay, let's see what we got coming up next here, guys. I'm trying to stick with different things. Keep updates going. And 1 second here. Okay. Next up here. Wait a minute here. Where is it? Oh, yeah. I forgot about this. Let me throw this up for you guys to see as well. For those of you that didn't know this. 1 second. Hang on.
We'll look into the sentences of Eric and Lyle Menendez and the possibility those sentences could be changed. NBC's Jay Gray is in Los Angeles County with the latest.
Okay, let's break down what we expect over the next couple of days here and how all of this plays into a possible release for Eric and Lyle Menendez. Now, the brothers currently serving life sentences for the 1989 murders of their parents. The issue at the core of this two-day hearing is whether they have been rehabilitated during their time in prison. Their lead attorney, Mark Garagos, will call 7 family members, volunteers, and experts as witnesses, outlining their remorse, rehabilitation, and positive work they've done behind bars.
The amount of introspection that they've done in the last 30 days is more than most people have done in the last 30 years. And there's a wisdom, there's a rehabilitation, there's a peace.
Now, prosecutors are expected to reference a comprehensive risk assessment ordered by California Governor Gavin Newsom, which reportedly indicates Lyle Menendez has narcissistic tendencies, while Eric can be easily influenced by others. The report apparently also outlines multiple prison rules violations by the brothers. If the court recommends resentencing, the parole board would then determine if they should be released. Governor Newsom also considering clemency in this case. On June 13th, both Eric and Lyle Menendez will independently have their final hearing on that clemency, and a report will be submitted for Governor Newsom, who will determine if they should be released. That's the latest right now from the courthouse. I'm Jay Gray, NBC News.
Okay, so that's how that works. That's what's going on there, I should say. You know, I'm curious. Was it JLR put something out about, I don't know if he's way behind or something, or if this is something new? Wait a minute. Bear with me, you guys. I'm looking for something. Hold on a second. Okay, so in the I've been following real close. You guys know the Mickey Stein, Kevin Mullins case where the Kentucky sheriff shot the judge. Let me see here. All right.
Captures the chilling moments before the suspected murder of former Kentucky Judge Kevin Mullins. The alleged killer, former Letcher County Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins. Just hours before the September 19, 2024 shooting in Whitesburg, the two men, longtime acquaintances, were seen together. They spoke in the judge's chambers and shared lunch with colleagues. Footage from Mullins' chambers shows a group leaving before Steins enters, clearing the room for a private conversation. Later, the judge appears to hand his phone to the ex-sheriff. Steins' attorney explained to Fox News that his client was desperately trying to contact his daughter from the judge's phone, fueled by increasing paranoia about his family's safety. According to his attorney, Steins' escalating paranoia stemmed from a civil lawsuit where he was named and deposed for failing to supervise his deputy, Ben Fields. Deputy Fields had pleaded guilty to a woman in 2021 within Judge Mullins' chambers, exploiting his position for sexual favors, with other women allegedly suffering similar. Just days before the shooting, Steins was deposed in the suit and felt pressured and threatened to remain silent about what he knew had occurred within the courthouse. Sean Mickey Steins is charged with the first-degree murder of a public official. His attorney claims the killing was in the heat of the moment and plans an insanity defense. New and extended surveillance footage captures the chilling moments before the suspected murder of former Kentucky Judge Kevin Mullins. The alleged killer, former Letcher County Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins. Just hours before the September 19, 2024 shooting in Whitesburg, the two men, longtime acquaintances, were seen together. They spoke in the judge's chambers and shared lunch with colleagues. Footage from Mullins' chambers shows a group leaving before Steins enters, clearing the room for a private conversation. Later, the judge appears to hand his phone to the ex-sheriff. Steins' attorney explained to Fox News that his client was desperately trying to contact his daughter from the judge's phone, fueled by increasing paranoia about his family's safety. According to his attorney, Steins' escalating paranoia stemmed from a civil lawsuit where he was named and deposed for failing to supervise.
So they did get to have a private conversation, as was stated, but something's still weird with this.
His deputy, Ben Fields. Deputy Fields had pleaded guilty to a woman in 2021 within Judge Mullins' chambers, exploiting his position for sexual favors, with other women allegedly suffering similar. Just days before the shooting, Steins was deposed in the suit and felt pressured and threatened to remain silent about what he knew had occurred within the courthouse. Sean Mickey Steins is charged with the first-degree murder of a public official in the courthouse. Sean Mickey Steins is pressured and threatened to.
So this must be right before he decided he was going to shoot the judge. If you watch, he stands up. See, normally the video we watch is cuts to where he's standing there, gun drawn already, and he shoots him. Oh, I don't have the whole video. I can't find it, Tomboy. I was looking for it and can't find the whole video. But you see that he stands up and then he draws his gun to his side, held down to where it's not visible. And that must be where it cuts to where we've seen that video from there forward.
Remain silent about what he knew had occurred within the courthouse. Sean Mickey Steins is charged with the first-degree murder of a public official. His attorney claims the killing was in the heat of the moment and plans an insanity.
I have a bit of an obsession with this case because I really want to understand how this works. Or how this went down and why. See if I can figure that out. While we're waiting. Let's see. I guess.
It's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time.
As we pause for station identification there. Why do you have that link for that, Tomboy? Let's see. Yeah, I'm looking for that right now. Agreed, Bemmy. Agreed. Oh, it's been a long time. I love that song, you guys. Just wanted to throw that out there while we're in between. Looking for some stuff. Had to do it. Couldn't help it. Sorry, Cass. Yeah. Good point. Good point. But they wouldn't allow him, so. Hold on 1 minute here. I think I might have it. I remember this now. Give me 1 minute. All right, we're going to review this video on this in regards to Kevin Mullins. And Mickey Steins, I'm sorry. Right about now. Funk Soul Brothers, check it out now. Okay, let's check this out real quick, you guys. Once again, thank you to Hillbilly Crime. She actually has a really good channel, you guys. You should go check it out. There is the link. 1 minute, yeah. Okay. Let's see what we got now, y'all. Let's see.
Might not, but let's look and see. So this here is the beginning of it. I think that.
So this was during lunch. If you guys remember how this went down, during lunch, they kind of had words, broke down. Mullins stated to Steins, "Do we need to have a sit down in my chambers?" Blah, blah, blah. Steins packed his lunch up, walked away angry. That's what we know. And off they went. This is, if you look at the time here, 2:40 p.m. after lunch. So he was having a little get together in the office here with him. He comes to meet with him. Everybody leaves. This is directly right before the shooting, so everybody understands.
We are looking at Mickey coming in kind of hot. He looks to me.
He looks irritated. Yes, he looks highly irritated. I agree with her.
Like he had just been told something. And now he looks to me like he's confronting the judge. And then you can see where that's been edited. I think whoever got the video released, they've cut out a significant portion of them talking. And if you see the judge's face, he just seems like he can't believe what Mickey is saying to him. Let me go back because there was a part here. Okay, now this is right where they're leaving. Okay, he's kind of told everybody to exit left. And I also noticed who was in that other room, in the smoking room over there. I'm pretty sure that was Michael Watts. He's the only one that I know that wears those suits. And I was talking and I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. Okay, so as soon as they exit here, I think you're going to see one of them motion to the door. Kind of like somebody had just told him something. Let me get back to that part. There's no audio with these videos either. Just to remind everybody, there's no audio. And you see the judge kind of, give him whatever explanation he's given. We're going to listen to a body language expert. They had one on one of the networks. So we're going to listen to what they have to say here in just a minute.
I really wish there was audio on that.
Now, see, Mickey's over there messing with his phone. So makes me think he's not been able to get a hold of whoever he just tried to get a hold of right there. Now he picks it back up. I think he's looking. Now I think is where he gets the judge's phone. No, it's a little bit further in the video. You see the judge's eyebrows are all squinted together, which I'm no language expert, body language expert, y'all. But I did know both of these men. I know a lot of the players.
Agreed.
These
Agreed,
videos.
Michelle. That's the biggest question, Denise. The whole thing. My biggest question.
And see, that just looks like Mickey's maybe contacts.
I think this is
Now
probably
he asked
the
for
answer.
the judge's phone. And watch. I said, where's the code? And somebody said, oh, he gives him the code right here. He asks him for the code and he puts the code in. So the judge told him the code. He puts it in. And now watch what he does. He takes the phones. He puts them one on top of the other. And all he does is pull up that phone number and he starts putting the number in. It's not like he's looking, searching for something that he's, like something that's hidden on the phone that he's trying to find or anything like that.
Take care, Mama D. It was great to have you here. I hope to see you again soon. Thanks, dear.
And you see the judge is kind of giggling, smirking up underneath his hand up there. Like whatever that Mickey's talking about to him, is just ridiculous or something. This is how it's that I'm perceiving it anyway. Now, Mickey's done playing around. He's done messing around. You sit back down there. He locks the door. I sure wish Kevin would have fought. I wish Kevin would have got up and at least tried to defend himself. But I'm like a lot of people. I don't think that Kevin ever thought that Mickey would actually do what he did. Okay, I think that's the end of it. All right, now let me read this article. So this was a Fox News article, and they're the ones I'm pretty sure who got.
I can agree, Raquel.
Who got this footage to begin with. Let's see. Well, I don't think it's going to let me read it.
I do agree.
Now without paying for it. Don't you just love when it does that? Okay. So anyway, I'll tell you what it said. Basically, what it said was they had interviewed Mickey's attorney. And Mickey's attorney said that the phone call to the daughter didn't have anything to do with the shooting. He said that, unless I have it wrong, but I don't think I do. What I heard, remember reading in the article was that the call that Mickey he was trying to reach his daughter. He was trying to reach his daughter, his wife and daughter, to make sure they were okay. That the incident happened because of the threats that Mickey had received surrounding or relating to the deposition. Now, if you remember, that's what I said. I didn't believe the thing about the daughter, but, you know, you just never know. This stuff is so confusing, and there's so many secrets. There are so...
That's my biggest point, Raquel. I think I know the judge was involved in the sexual favors for, you know, time off stuff type thing. I think that was going on. The judge was involved in that, truly. But I don't know what I can't quite put together is what went on with Mickey's family. That's the biggest issue right there.
Many secrets that we are coming to learn. Okay, now we've got this too. This is the other piece of footage. This right here was right before. It was earlier that day. It was earlier before they went to lunch. It says it's 12:02.
This was right before they went to lunch. Right before.
Now you've got Mike Watts Sr. standing there in the blue and white checkered shirt. I love him. I just adore Mike Watts Sr. He is an absolute wonderful person. Or at least he always has been to me. And this is them going to lunch. This was a little court TV piece that they had out. It was real short. It wasn't very long at all. Scoot past it. All right, now here's the video right after it happened.
I wondered that, but I think there was something else, though, Denise, because Mickey states that they were going to kidnap his wife and daughter. Now, I don't know what that means exactly in this tense, but there's something not right.
There goes Michael Clark. There goes the preacher. Look at him come running down. Any of you all that watched it with us the other night, the preacher getting up there on... There he is. See him? See him right there? He's running behind the lady. See the lady in the green dress? You're going to see the preacher about knock her down. He runs so fast, he about knocks her down. Look at her. He runs right on past her. Then you see Mickey come walking out. You see him there? He's walking out of the courthouse. And something else that I noticed.
Nobody even looks at him twice. Like, they must not have thought it was him in the very beginning, because he just walks right past everybody, and they're like, they don't even look at him.
In this video is that nobody's running. You saw Tweety Bird take off running, the preacher, and you saw the woman in the green dress. She was running, but all these people standing in front of the courthouse, and I've had people say, well, they just didn't hear it. 8 times. I could see if it was, you know, a one-off, you know, but 8 of them, nobody heard it. That's just a little hard for me to believe, but I guess the courthouse could be somewhat soundproof. I don't know. But so here comes.
I think the other one was running because they may have been inside the building and came running out. Nobody paid attention at first. But in turn, no, you're not. Don't say that about yourself, Lisa. You are not.
Mickey. Now you're going to see the police start to arrive if it shows it. And you don't see the police telling people to run either. How?
Funny thing is in the initial video I saw of this, Mickey's telling people to get out of the way. Like, go over there. You need to move. Stuff like that when he comes back around. I'm like, this is so it's such a weird situation. It really is. Yeah, it's okay, Lisa. No worries.
How many How many times you ever see anything like that?
He handcuffed. They eventually put him inside the police cruiser.
Now, this is where he tells them, be fair, guys, be fair, y'all. This is the investigating detective right here on the case, as well as this guy over here, I believe. This was the arresting officer, per se. And he keeps saying, be fair, be fair. They get him in the vehicle. They're driving him to the jail. I think they took him to a different county jail because of the fact that he was a sheriff in that one. I think, don't quote me, but he gets paranoid while he's sitting in the Sallyport right here. That's what they call that, per se. In the car, and then as they start driving in an area, and Mickey's going, "Hey, where are we going? Where are we going? Where are you taking me?" Like thinking that they're going to take him out in the woods somewhere and do something to him. You know what I mean? And that tells you who all, in my opinion, is involved in this somewhat situation, that this man's afraid of everybody.
Now, we're also going to play a little clip from you of him being inside that police cruiser. You can't see him, but you definitely can hear him. And it sounds as if he just keeps repeating himself. He's getting a little bit agitated. He's talking about how hot he is. Treat me fairly, guys. Let's go ahead and play that for our viewers.
This is right after.
No, now come on. Y'all gonna leave me in here and let me die of heat? No, I can't get up in there. Come on now. I can't. Yeah, man, I couldn't get in. These cuffs are way too tight. Come on now, guys. Come on now. You go. I know it's hot. You may pick your leg up, my brother. I've got carbon monoxide in here. Come on now. Come on. I can't sit like this. Slide sideways. I can't. Come on now. Be fair to me. We're being good to you, brother. You stick your leg up in there. Come on now, guys. Please don't do this to me.
My question is, why isn't anybody asking him, like, what the heck, Mickey? What did you do it for? Like, I would be a mess. My nerves.
And she's right. And I got to wonder if they know why he did what he did. Truly. Okay. I wondered that a while back. Not one time do you hear them say, what the hell, bro? What did you do this for? What happened? So on and so forth. They don't even ask him in the car. Makes you wonder, do they know?
Would be absolutely just out of this world. But we've got, I should have pulled that up, but I didn't. We've got video of the state police in their cruiser on the way to the courthouse talking to one of their fellow cops. Either, I don't know if he was talking to him on the phone, the cell phone, or if he, what way of communication, but you could hear it. It was on the dash cam, body cam. And he's laughing. He's saying, hey, we're heading to the courthouse. And you hear the other cop say, oh, well, what happened or something? And he said, somebody just shot Judge Mullins. And he just laughs like a big idiot. Forgive me, but I just don't see what's.
For those of you that may not be real super like familiar with this, guys, there was one or two people that live in this community that came in here and said that this place is beyond corrupt. Like everything that goes on in this community with the government is beyond corrupt, big time corrupt. So interesting. I don't know if she's from this area or not. I know she's definitely Southern, and I appreciate her doing this because very hard to find certain videos on this. And this is the only place that we can, per se. So yeah, Raquel, there's a whole thing behind this. You may not have been here when we started covering this, but yeah, there's a whole thing behind this. Absolutely.
So funny about it, you know? But nobody talks about that giggling.
Hey, Bates, can we loosen this up a little or give the window down? I'm sorry? Can we loosen this up a little? Be fair to me, man. I Got some air. I'll crack the window for you, but I can turn the air on back here. Okay? Yeah. Be fair to me now. I promise you.
I mean, they're acting like they've picked him up for shoplifting. Nation thing that they did yesterday.
Talk about an uphill climb. The new footage is longer than the clip that we got back in October, and it is much higher resolution too. So it begins with Judge Kevin Mullins entirely at ease, sitting in his cinder block office and chatting with friends and coworkers at his desk, even smoking a cigarette. They shoot the breeze for about 12 minutes on this video until the sheriff, Sean Mickey Steins, who is not in uniform, enters the room with another man. And soon after, the judge clears the room of everybody, except for Sheriff Steins. And the sheriff takes a seat opposite the judge on the other side of the judge's desk.
That's where she got that wrong. The judge did not clear that room. Mickey Steins cleared that room.
And she's right. The judge didn't say nothing. Mickey said, "Get out. We need to talk."
I want to be very clear on that. The judge did not clear that room.
Doesn't look unusual. Everybody looks like things are normal in that courthouse that day. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. For the next 7 minutes, these two colleagues, who are also very old friends, talk about something, but we don't know.
Yeah, and that's true too. What she's saying there is, I read an article on this a long time back when we first looking at this. Supposedly, these two have known each other for like 20 plus years, and they were good friends throughout that period of time for a long time, guys. That's sad to me that they were that close, and this is how this ended up. It's just sad.
That's something else that was in that article that Mickey's lawyer said. They were not friends. Apparently.
See, that's what I'm talking about. The one article read 20 plus years that they were friends from this area. They not grew up together, but knew each other a long time. And what she's stating here is that his attorney stated that that was not true. Which way do you go with it, you guys? Which way do you go with it? I don't know. I don't know if that's something new the attorney brought out. That's what I'm telling you. It goes so many different directions. It's crazy.
Apparently, it's surprising to me on one hand, and on the other hand, it's not, because I have work experience. So I know how sometimes you may not like somebody that you work with, but you have to get along with them.
Like I said, the article, the news article I read, was like a newspaper article I read probably 4 months ago. It said, maybe it was a misprint then or something, but said that they were longtime friends, 20 plus years, so on and so forth, knew each other before he became a judge, before he became a sheriff, that kind of stuff. And now you hear her say that his attorney states they were not friends. So maybe it was a broken friendship. Maybe, you know, that they used to be and now they were no longer friends. I don't know.
To, you know, keep your job and make sure there's no problems. But that's what Mickey's lawyer said in that article. They were not friendly. They were not friends as much as they were coworkers. And he had said in an earlier interview that he had done that they didn't think that Mullins even.
Good point, Alicia. That's what I was saying at the end there. Yeah.
Been voted for Mickey in his election. So I found that very interesting. Just because Mickey was Kevin's bailiff for 10 years before he became sheriff, and just because he worked with him, so apparently that does not mean that they were friends. So we're kind of, and a lot of these networks, I mean, none of us have been right about.
Saw something on the judge's phone or heard something on that phone call something set off Sheriff Steins. And that has been the subject of rumors right from the very start. But the judge doesn't appear to think that he's in danger. Not at all. Maybe until Steins pulls up his shirt to reveal his gun and then actually pulls the gun and locks the door. I mean, this part's weird, right? I cannot, for the life of me, imagine what this conversation was. Door's locked. There it is.
Get up, bum rush.
Still, the judge is
fight
comfortable just sitting there.
That's what I don't understand is why Mullins didn't stand up and try to defend himself or try to something. Move. He could have stood up and rushed Mickey. You know, I mean, he just sat there. Now, is it because he didn't think Mickey would actually shoot him? Maybe. But still, I don't care how long, even if I knew somebody for 30 years, guys, somebody pulls a gun and they're standing there like that, I would have partially stood and I'd have rushed him. At least to try to get the gun out of his hand. Then whatever, once that's down, whatever you do. Still, he just sat there and that was like weird to me.
Jeez. Today, Sheriff Steins' attorney sent us a statement, and I will read it for you. It says, quote, the recently released expanded footage further supports our position that Mr. Steins sincerely believes that there was.
That's probably a good point, Elisa. He probably did. You're probably right. And SRB, you're right as well. I believe it was kind of probably shocking to him. Like, what the hell? Is it really that serious? You know what I mean? Oh, they'll probably do a lot of different things, Raquel. Probably lock down, lock doors, things like that have to be released at a certain type of thing. But to see a sheriff do it, though, that's not, I think we were all just like, what the hell? You know, this one was crazy.
It's a threat to his wife and daughter. As the Commonwealth's witness testified at the preliminary hearing, our client, that's Steins, attempted to contact his daughter from the judge's phone. Multiple witnesses have given statements that Sheriff Mickey Steins had grown increasingly paranoid in the weeks leading up to the events in the video. The phone exchange and the corresponding conversations denote a crucial point when the culmination of Sheriff Steins' fears, his impaired mental health, and the pressure connected to his testimony in the federal civil lawsuit reached a boiling point. Did you get all that? That's a hell of an uphill climb. That lawsuit that the lawyer just mentioned about his client, that was filed in January of 2024, 8 months before what you're seeing on your screen right there, the execution-style killing of a judge. The lawsuit claims that sheriff on the screen, Sheriff Steins, failed to properly supervise one of his deputies. A deputy who eventually admitted to extorting sex from female inmates, and a deputy who was sentenced to 7 years in prison for it. The plaintiff in the lawsuit was a victim in the criminal case and claims the sex assaults happened, are you ready? Right there in Judge Mullins' chambers. Ugh.
But he only got 6 months. He may have been given 7 years technically, but he only had to serve 6 months in jail. And then he was given 5 years probation or whatever. Yeah, probation, I guess. And then a supervised probation. And then the next 2 years, the very last 2 years, it's unsupervised probation. I'm pretty sure is what that was. So he only served 6 months and he's already served it. And he got to serve his 6 months in the basement of the Whitesburg courthouse. So he got to serve his 6 months in his own house.
Then he goes back and he makes a threat check. You'll see in just a minute into the other room when he turns around.
She was sitting closest to Mickey as Mickey was going in and out that door.
This
she
next
was the one
part of this
sitting
is
the closest
interesting.
to Mickey.
Scott, it's good to have you here. You've been able to watch this video, this new, longer, I call it the prelude to the execution. What stands out for you?
There's so much that stands out for me. What most people are under the impression is happening, where the guy comes in, the sheriff comes in, he's relaxed, and the judge is relaxed. That's not what's happening at all, not even a little bit. Wow. When that guy walks in, watch what he does. His body language is really tight. He's moving constantly. He's going back and forth. Then he goes back and he makes a threat check. You'll see in just a minute, into the other room when he turns around and looks. And that threat check is to make sure it's okay that he can do something, that there's nobody there.
Okay, let's go full screen with the video. I don't want to miss a bit. You and I are on the screen, but let's go full screen with the video in the middle so I can really understand what you're saying and see the small details. Let's keep going. Okay, that was a threat check where he just looked out the door there. And I believe it might have been the sheriff that was telling everybody to leave, maybe not the judge. Everybody got it fairly quickly. But then I thought, well, maybe it is the judge, because they're not doing what are called threat checks, making sure everything's okay. They're not afraid when they leave, and they're in a hurry, but they're not afraid when they leave. They never turned around and looked as they left. Now, see, just in a second, you'll see the sheriff walk to the door, and he checks out there.
Now, when Michael just came through that door just then, he took his notebook and kind of gestured to Mickey. And he told everybody in that room something. He said something, maybe Mickey's mad, or trying to tell Mickey something and he won't listen. Something. He has said something to the rest of them sitting there in that room. Now, this is what I think anyway. This is what I see. And as soon as he does that, that woman that's sitting in the windowsill, she says something to Mickey. And Mickey responds kind of towards that woman and the man sitting in the chair. And you see them get up and move fast.
Make sure everything's cool. Just in a second, he'll turn. But now let's watch the judge as well while we're waiting on that. He looks like he's calm.
He's smoking,
not. When he sees it,
right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And a lot of times people smoke when they're stressed. He may have been, there it is, checking, seeing who's out there, making sure everything's okay. Then he shuts the door. Now, this judge.
He kind of made this gesture. He didn't just shut the door. He made this gesture like, unless you all want to, I mean, I'm just ad-libbing, but we see him do this gesture there, and that's when everybody gets up to skedaddle.
Judge knows something up. He looks like he's very relaxed and all that, but look how stiff his body is.
No.
He's braced against that chair. Nothing moves on him except his head. And if you were to go fast forward, you'd see his head just bobbling back and forth. It's almost like a ventriloquist dummy. It's going back and forth. Now, as they start talking, okay, I'll go some more for this. Everyone else is relaxed in there. Apparently, they were having a meeting or something about whatever they're going to be meeting about. But now, watch the judge. Now, he's at this point, he's trying.
You can tell, Mickey, whatever it was that Michael said to him really got under Mickey's skin.
Trying to look relaxed. That's what that looks like. And we know that because how stiff his arms are. They're straight. When he's putting that food in his mouth, his head goes back a little bit too far. His arms are stiff. His movements aren't smooth. There's a threat check. He comes in, shuts the door. And maybe it was the sheriff that said that. I can't tell.
Yeah, when you were saying that his head was bobbing, I didn't see that at all. Is it super, subtle?
No, it's going back and forth. He's looking, it just goes back and forth. Nothing on him moves. There you go. Now he's going to stay in that position pretty much the whole time. His hand's going to go back and forth, but he's using his hand as a barrier. He's afraid of this guy. Something's up. There's some kind of relationship between these guys. I'm not saying they had a relationship themselves, but something's going on before all this, because this big guy, the sheriff came in and he's got something on his mind. If I was a betting man, I would say he came in to do what he did. I don't think what was on the phone triggered him to do that. I think he was making the sort of preamble to say, here's why I'm doing this. I'm proving this to you. This is wrong. This shouldn't be happening, whatever it is. And that's when he gets up and does that. So I think I'm not an attorney. I can't say anything about whether it's premeditated or not, but it looks like this is what he planned to do when he came in there. He had this on his mind. So,
so I'll tell you what, I want to line up this next discussion with video. So I want to make sure our producer has the moment when Sheriff Steins actually stands up from the chair and then, begins to sort of walk over towards the judge. Because I felt, and again, I'm a real neophyte in this science, I felt as though the judge's body language changed. His hands went up, but not in a defensive way. It was almost like, what are you talking about? But here, watch this. Tell me what happens. And if you see a profound change right there, those hands going up, a profound change.
Yeah. His hands went up before Mickey pulled that from his side. And I think Mickey said something. I think Mickey said something as, kind of like, if you do this, I'm going to do this, or, something to that effect. Whatever it was Mickey said, it got Kevin's attention enough to put his hands up.
Change in the judge's behavior.
Well, of course, his limbic system is on fire right now because the sheriff has pulled a gun out. Now, what's...
So he was going to get up. He started to stand up. If you guys didn't catch that right there. See, I didn't see that before. That's wild. He starts to stand up right there. I went back a little too far, I think.
His hands went up before Mickey pulled that from his side. And I think
Mickey probably said, if this is this and this, I'm going to kill you. Therefore, in turn, the judge gets to defend.
He said something. I think Mickey said something as, kind of like, if you do this, I'm going to do this, or, something to that effect. Whatever it was Mickey said, it got Kevin's attention enough to put his hands up.
Change in the judge's behavior.
Well, of course, his limbic system is on fire right now because the sheriff has pulled a gun out. Now, watch what happens. He's sort of angled himself away from him, and when the hands go up here, those are defensive moves that when he puts his hand up. See that one down there? He's ready to throw that up. But he's saying, calm down, keep calm. We don't need to do this. And that's what people do when they're trying to get someone to calm down. You see those hands come up and they start patting, in other words, patting the air down. He knows something's up here because the sheriff probably said, I'll do whatever it is I'm going to do to you. I don't know if I can say, going to kill you or whatever. But he told him what was going to happen. There he tells him to sit back down. Now you'll watch him back up a little bit here too, because he's way too close. When you're a marksman or you're a shooter, you don't get that close when you're shooting someone. If you're a professional, watch how far out his arm has to come before he shoots. So he backs up a little bit.
I want to ask our control room if we have another shot that continues from that moment, because the one thing I will say is, like, when anybody ever pulls a gun out,
agreed, Eddie.
most people put their hands up and freak out right away, but it doesn't look like Judge Mullins is as freaked out as the average guy would be if someone in front of you pulled a gun.
Yeah, he's trying to talk him out of it. He's under the impression he can probably talk his way out of this, because I would be under the impression that he's done that before. He's not talked himself out of getting shot, but talked his way out of a lot of problems, and that's the way he does it. So there's the defensive move with his hand up. That's why I see a lot of times people with stab wounds in their hands and gunshots in their hands as well, because they hold their hand up to stop whatever it is. This isn't explosive behavior by the sheriff either. He didn't jump up and go over there. He's talking to him about this, and he's explaining to him why he's going to do this, and whatever it was that he did in this relationship, be it family things, be it whatever it is, that's what they're discussing right there. And he's telling him what's up. That's why he locks the door. Nobody's going anywhere. So I think he was doomed when he came in, because if we watch him when he came in, you'll see the sheriff only looks at him twice, and the judge keeps his eye on him because he's afraid of him. That's when he starts getting still. And at the very beginning as well, you see him, the nervous rocking back and forth. You'll see him, a lot of mouth movement. In other words, he's mouth grooming, licking his lips and things like that, and making these short, fast moves or quick moves, which let us know he's on edge. He's on edge when he came in there.
Well, let's roll that tape again.
Okay.
Because you just mentioned when the sheriff first walks in, you're saying that you can see something very specific.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It looks normal to me.
Yeah, I promise you it's not. I promise you it's not. That judge right now, as his limbic system is starting to light up, he's worried. He's worried. I know it's tough to tell from this far, but I got to look at it. I blew it up and looked at it closely, and and he's nervous. He's about as nervous as he gets.
What about the fact
right
that Scott, there's all these other people, 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Do they have body language that suggests, something's wrong? Or does this look like oh, you know what? This is the judge's chamber and we got to scram when he says so. Like what is their body language saying? Let's drop the banner so we can see the bottom guy too on the frame if we can, please.
Okay. They're all relaxed. Nobody's worried. Nobody's stressed. It may be stressed because they're in front of the boss. You see the small things, but see, no one's in a big hurry. They're leaving fairly quickly, but they're not worried as they leave. There's the woman with the phone that was sitting on the windowsill. You can tell a lot from watching her. She's not worried, not even a little bit, about any of this. So these people have no earthly idea what's going on, which happens quite often because people don't pay attention to little things that are happening. In a situation, they're not aware of what's going on around them. But if you watch this guy, the sheriff, he's still just briefly there in the doorway, but he's rocking back and forth. See how his foot's pointed toward the judge? Our brain, when our feet tell us a lot, because wherever they're pointed, that's what we're thinking about. That's what we're thinking about. And right here, see the one.
Why is he closing the door? Why is he closing the door as he's asking people to leave? Like, that's kind of weird. Like, he's closing the door, but at the same time, it's 1 second before everybody's cleared out of there. Isn't that odd?
He may have said something. He may have said something like, if you don't leave now, you're not leaving. But then again, they're not afraid when they leave. So that's a lot. But people act oddly when they're nervous. When his stress level has got to be through the roof, that sheriff, because he's got a plan. I believe he knows what he's going to do. I really do.
You don't think, Scott? You don't think that he blew his cork when he looked at the phone? You think it's all being formulated now?
Yeah, no. I think he planned on that. I think he planned on it. I really do. I hate to say premeditated, but he thought about this beforehand. He thought about this. Now watch that judge.
No.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm just watching. Like, there he is putting something in his mouth. Yeah.
He's trying, but
trying
watch
to look
how
relaxed.
fast he's
I said I thought that was Michael Watts back there in the back, and I don't think that was Michael. I just got a good look at him. I don't think that was Michael.
going. Yeah, trying to look relaxed and watch him smoke. Now he smells as that when even in that 7-minute break, he's having another cigarette right after that. I don't know if the guy's a chain smoker or not. That usually indicates someone's nervous when they start smoking. He was smoking obviously when he came in.
Like a girl.
But watch the only thing that moves on him is his head. What?
Yeah, and I listen. This is just fascinating to me. I will end the segment though by saying that sheriff is innocent until proven guilty, even though we're looking at a video of what.
You see him did you see him smirking towards Michael as Michael was going out the door? Michael and Kevin, I think, were a lot closer friends than Mickey was. And yeah, listen, we got speculation, you guys. Sorry, but right now that's all we've got. We don't know what they were saying for sure. We don't have an audio. They haven't came out and said exactly, they just kind of dropped these hints. So all we can do as new information comes out, is kind of put it through the ringer and see what all's going on, see what we think is happening. Now I'm getting ready to jump on with Gavin. So you guys follow us on over there, and me and Gavin are kind of going to go through all this. I don't agree with that body language expert on a lot of what he said. Some of it I did agree with, but some of it I didn't. And I don't agree with a lot of what old girl says. She kind of says stuff sometimes, and I just don't agree with her. But that's okay, you guys. We absolutely can agree to disagree with, and you might not like. Who knew? Who knew? At one, who knows of that? That's a really good.
Okay, so there's that. Hold on, guys. Thank you for your going through that with me. Yeah, she did say that. Give me a second here. Now, this new footage shows Mickey being questioned at this point. This was just dropped 16 hours ago, I do believe, guys.
New body cam video obtained by Fox News Digital shows state police questioning former Letcher County Sheriff Sean Mickey Steins just minutes after he allegedly shot and killed District Judge Kevin Mullins in his chambers.
Y'all, come on now. Don't kill me.
No, worry about it.
I mean, this is let's be fair.
Nobody's going to lay a finger on you, I promise that.
Don't shoot me.
In the new footage, Steins can be seen looking paranoid and scanning for threats. He insisted someone was trying to kill him and asked multiple times for officers to be fair to him. During the police questioning, Steins asked to be jailed in Letcher County, mere steps away from the courthouse, rather than risk being transported to another facility, telling police, quote, "I leave this building, I won't take another breath."
So listen, do you want to tell us what happened? That's up to you. I'm not trying to force you. It's up to you if you want to tell us what happened. I mean, like I said, something led up to this. It just didn't happen. We would just like to know why it transpired this way. If you don't want to, that's up to you.
No.
Okay.
You're going to kill me, ain't you?
No.
Steins is accused of shooting Letcher County Judge Kevin Mullins in his chamber in September of last year. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges.
Hang on. There might not be more. I thought I did have something else. Hang on. Here we go. So that's going to do it for the Mickey Steins, Kevin Mullins stuff. I wish they would hurry up and run this trial. I want to cover it in a bad way. So for sure. Yeah, I think he did Fizzy because he really snapped and got crazy, but it's got to be based on things he was told, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So hopefully anytime anything new comes out, I will be up on that because that's when I'm really into, really want to know what happened there. So next up, of course, we have a new News Nation thing dropped an hour ago in relation to the Idaho situation, guys.
Welcome to News Nation's.
What they're saying, and we'll be moving into the other segments of the show. So let's see what we got.
Back Scroll, where we look back at our major news coverage on the most important topics and personalities of our time.
And welcome to this Thursday edition of Banfield. I want to begin with some breaking news on the Idaho murder case. A couple of sources with knowledge of the investigation have told News Nation some details that up until now we did not know. Let me lay a few of these details out, but I do want to warn you that this is graphic information and it is uncomfortable to hear this because we're talking about innocent kids who were killed in that home back in October. And not only that, this is evidence that likely will come out in court at some point. Whether it will be germane to who the killer is or not, that remains to be seen. But it could be evidence nonetheless. With that in mind, let me let you know what these sources have told News Nation. Number one, they told us that the victims, Kaylee Gonzalez and Madison Mogan, were killed first, and they confirmed that Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were killed on the second floor afterwards. And these are some of the other details that they have released. They said that Ethan Chapin was killed in the doorway of Xana Kernodle's room before the killer set upon Xana. The sources say that it appeared Ethan had stepped partly into the hallway where the attack may have begun.
So how did he end up on the bed then?
These sources also say that Ethan Chapin suffered a slash to the neck. But I have to say that both of these details are in direct conflict with what the coroner had originally told us right here on this program exclusively. And also, they conflict directly with what police have said as well. And those two facts that are in conflict are that all of the victims were in their beds, according to police and the coroner. And according to the coroner, all of the injuries were stab wounds and not slash.
You see how much they're changing this stuff, you guys, so often? This is ridiculous. It really is.
Wounds. So I just want to play for you exactly what it was the coroner said in her words. Were any of them slashed? Were any of their necks cut? Or were these all puncture wounds?
Well, it was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds.
Now, right there, it was a pretty large knife. A K-bar is not that big, guys, which tells me it's not a K-bar. I don't believe it's K-bar. I haven't believed it's K-bar for a long time. I don't think it was. So they're not that big. They really aren't.
And there were definitely stabbings.
Can you tell me, when you say that they might have been sleeping, were they found in beds?
Yes.
So those were the facts that the coroner told us.
I personally think it's one of these. Okay. It's not a sword, Denise, but it's, if I can show you real fast, it's a machete. That's what I think was used. I've been thinking that probably since February of that year. That's what I think it was a machete, because the deep gouges, the ability to get to somebody without them getting to you because you have a reach with that. That's what I thought it was a machete. And I still feel that that's truly possibly what it is. Just saying.
And like I said, it is in direct conflict with what these two sources familiar with the investigation are now telling us as well.
Exactly.
That obviously needs to be sorted out and likely best in a court of law as well. Also want to tell you these other details that we have learned from these two sources, that Xana Kernodle put up a fierce fight when the attacker set upon her, repeatedly grabbing the attacker's knife, so much so that she...
Depending on how it's used, at least, it can cause... There were slashes, but you can also stab with it, depending on how sharp it is, of course. Same thing. And you can make the large gouges, you would think, too. But like they said, that he was cut here, and it cut through his main artery, pierced his main artery. Okay, let's see. Coroner was instructed to say that they were likely sleeping and found in beds. Maybe.
Sustained deep cuts to her fingers and that her fingers were nearly severed. Now, that does actually work in comport with what Xana's father had reported to an Arizona news outlet about what he knew. Police blotters and call logs are public record. Anybody can see them, and rightly so, because taxpayers pay for that work product. And now some eagle-eyed followers of the Idaho quadruple murder case have picked up on one particular item from the police on the night that the 4 college kids were murdered. In fact, the incident in question happened at almost exactly the same time as the killings. I'm going to read to you what the police blotter actually says. Quote, there was an alcohol offense reported at 3:01 a.m. on November 13th, and that's the last night the kids were alive. The location, a field on Taylor Avenue. You can see it there. Band. It's called Band Field. So that is not far from the Sigma Chi frat house where 2 of the victims, Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, spent a lot of their evening earlier on that night. The police timeline puts them at the Sigma Chi party from 8 to 9 p.m. But then there's a big 4-hour and 45-minute black hole where nobody knows, or nobody's saying anyway, where Ethan and Xana were between 9 p.m. until they got home at 1:45 a.m. So our Brian Enton joins me live again, and we're also joined by Gemma Gaudet, who's the host of Idaho Matters on Boise State Public Radio. Thank you to both. Okay, Brian, I'm going to begin with you. The big question is, what do we know about that very strange police call at 3:01 a.m.?
Well, we don't know much more than what you just said, Ashley. It was in the police blotter. 3:01 had something to do with alcohol. Police did take down a report, although we haven't been able to get that report at this point. This is the field behind me where the call was made, the big white field right there. That's the frat house you just talked about. You can see with the Christmas lights, and it's all very, very close to the house where the murders happened.
I don't know if you're able to, but if you and your photographer Mo could sort of walk me that way, because as I understand it, you might actually be able to walk me at least part or all of the way from where you are to the home where the victims lived.
Yeah, we can walk you there. Again, frat house, field. This is like an apartment complex parking lot that we're in, and we'll walk you back, Ashley. And I've been telling you the last couple of days, there's it's a dense area. You know, when you just look at the shot of the house, you don't realize that all of these houses and apartment buildings are around. This is like a little walkway that the students use to get down to the frat houses. And we'll just walk up here. Be careful, Mo, because it's a little slippery. It's been snowing nonstop pretty much all day. Just looks like it let up a little bit. So we go up these steps here. And then this is a little road right here, Ashley. And you see here is the house. This is the house where the murders happened. So it's a short walk.
No idea. Wow. I mean, short walk, that's like 55 seconds. I mean, they could have gotten home so quickly from that frat house. I had no idea it was that close, Brian. That's remarkable.
Very close. Yeah,
okay,
very,
well, Gemma,
very
now
close.
that we
and also, again, all the places they walked by. No, I was just saying, all the places, the apartments, the houses that they would have walked by. I mean, again, it's a dense area. There's a lot of people who live in this area.
Yeah, and all the witnesses who might have seen something or had a camera out or would have just thought yet another group of students walking by. So Gemma, you just saw what Brian showed us and how close that was to the frat house. Talk to me a little bit about that frat party that night, because my thinking is that Ethan is a frat brother at the Sigma Chi. They all had to have known, you know, if he'd gone at 9 o'clock at night and they didn't see him again, right? Well,
there are two new documents. They're both just sealings, so there's nothing really to read on them. But there are 2 new ones, so I will see what happens by this afternoon. 3 a.m. is when the boys were stopped in a field in front of the frat house. Roughly, yes, Denise, good point.
What we know at this point, Ashley, about that fraternity party is that Ethan and Xana went together, as you mentioned, and then our understanding is that Hunter, Ethan's triplet brother, it was also a part of that fraternity house, and Hunter took Maisie, their sister, as his +1. But even Idaho State Police, the communications director for Idaho State Police, has said there are gaps in that timeline that night at Sigma Chi, and they want students to help them fill in those gaps. So they're still wondering, we're still wondering, what happened within that time frame.
It's fascinating to read that, Maisie and Hunter, the two triplets with Ethan, were at that party as well and spent the whole evening together with Ethan and Xana until those two left the party, which you would think they would know the time they left the party, and yet we're not being told that. I want to start here, though. If you were with us last night, your head might still be spinning from all the new and stunning details that came out late in the day in the Idaho student murders. And I know I'm right there with you. It's just kind of mind-blowing what we're learning, because there's been a gag order for 2.5 years. So we rushed that breaking news on the air last night, and we picked it apart in real time. And then when we went off the air, we kept reading through the hundreds of pages, and we found even more. Some of it comes close to smoking gun territory, where Bryan Kohberger is concerned. But even now, the defense has an answer for almost everything. And I stress the word almost. We now know a lot about Kohberger's so-called click history at Amazon. Yesterday, I told you that he bought a K-bar knife, identical to the murder weapon, 8 months before.
She shouldn't say stuff like that because she has no idea what the murder weapon is. Nobody does. You can't kill people with a sheath. So she shouldn't be saying that. And a lot of people are saying that. Nobody knows what the hell the murder weapon is, because I truly don't think it's this. I don't.
Or the university students were murdered. He also bought a K-bar knife sheath, identical to the one that was left behind at the crime scene. And for good measure, he bought a knife sharpener, according to the prosecutor's list of Amazon purchases. But now we know he was looking to buy something else, a so-called replacement K-bar knife and sheath. And this.
And once again, that's not a factual piece of information either that they're putting out. You are once again putting out misinformation because you have no facts to state that he was looking to buy a replacement. That's more propaganda.
This was after the murders happened. Remember, the killer made that critical mistake.
I will almost guarantee it was more than one weapon used, Aurora. And like I said, I think some of this stuff might show up. We have 2 days, guys. 2 days. We have the pretrial hearing coming up. I will be running it from beginning to end. And I'm hoping that some of this stuff is going to be represented again.
And left the knife sheath next to the bodies of Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan. The murder weapon has never been found, so it stands to reason that the killer might need a replacement for both the knife and the sheath, if anyone ever came around asking. And of course, someone came around asking Bryan Kohberger. By the way, we also got to see the selfie that Bryan Kohberger himself snapped in what appears to be his bathroom, a bathroom. But we know this, that picture with the shower behind him was taken just 6 hours after the murders, and an hour and a half before 911 was even called. He is smiling. He's giving a thumbs up about something. Seemingly does not have a care in the world and looks pretty proud of, again, something. This was taken after tracking shows that Kohberger's cell phone visited the King Road area twice just that morning, traveling from his student apartment across the state line in Washington. And with all of this new information, we have a new theory about why he might have felt compelled to go back to the murder scene in the morning, if indeed he's the murderer. I'm joined again by News Nation's senior national correspondent, Brian Enton, who's been going through these documents. Boy, we didn't sleep much last night going through these documents. No. We're on FaceTime, just finding one thing after another. So let's talk about first this replacement knife and sheath. That I actually missed the first time around. When I saw that he bought the knife and the sheath and the sharpener 8 months before the murders, it was a eureka moment. But then came in the footnotes, this replacement knife and sheath. So walk me through your thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, this was kind of buried. It was like hundreds of pages of documents, and you mentioned that we were going through them till like 1 a.m. together. And I was also so
Thank you,
struck by the
SRB.
fact that
God
he
bless.
bought
Appreciate that.
the
And thank you to
knife
anybody that
and the
chooses to
sheath,
support
according
the
to
channel
prosecutors, that I
via
missed
the
this one
Amazon wish
little
list. We
teeny
appreciate that
line in
very
one of the
much.
state
We got
documents
this thing
until I
here.
found it in the middle
Be
of
able
the
to get
night,
the
which is
microphone rolling. I
really,
appreciate
really
that so much.
interesting. They say that after the murders, so he
Agreed.
bought the knife and the sheath before the murders, they say, but after the murders, they went through his click history on his Amazon account and that he was searching for a knife and sheath, which is very, very interesting when you think about why. Perhaps did he suddenly realize that he realized that he left the knife at,
Or considering that he was searching up the murders themselves, considering that he is a criminal justice student, maybe he just was searching to see what the knife looked like, to see what type of knife it was, to see what, just any of that stuff. Maybe that's what he was looking at that point there that they're talking about, because they have no idea what he's doing. They didn't say so, Bemmy. Not at all.
the scene and wanted to have a knife in case police came knocking on the door and said, "Where's the knife?" So that's one possible
left
reason,
the
but
left the
really
sheath
an interesting
at
piece
the
of information.
scene, right? Like left the sheath at the scene and then disposed of the murder weapon somewhere. It's never been found. We presume that if he's the killer, he took an hour to get back home, what would have been a 10-minute drive. So maybe circled somewhere far and wide and disposed of that knife. And then here's the other thing: don't know when or if he knew, oh dear God, I
Good
don't have
point.
a sheath. So let's talk about that next morning, because at like 9 in the morning, the cops don't know yet. The roommates don't know yet. 911 hasn't been called yet for hours. His Elantra is driving by the house again.
Yeah, they've got the surveillance video that shows him back near the house near 9:32 a.m., which makes you wonder what was going on there. Did he realize at that point that he had left the sheath behind and was perhaps going back and considering trying to get it again? Was he just going back to gawk and sort of, you hear about when people set a fire, an arsonist, and they want to go like kind of see the place burn. We don't know why he went back, but the selfie that you showed again in the intro, which is like so creepy to look at with the thumbs up and the shower in the background and like the kind of smirk, there it is. The selfie was taken at 10:31 a.m. So it's all very close together. He went back to the apartment or to the house, according to prosecutors, around 9:32, and then took the selfie an hour later at 10:31.
Which again, if he's the killer and the killings happened between 4 and 4:30 and he didn't get home till 5:30, you think that would be the first shower, right? If you're covered in that evidence. And so this looks like a fresh shower. And again, this is at 10:30. So this is, 5 hours after he would have returned home from the murders. Again, if he's the killer. So now I want to bring in another piece that is tied to all of this, because as we're trying to figure out, if he's the killer, was he going back to the house in the morning gawking and looking for action, or was he going back to find the knife sheath that perhaps he realized, dear God, I've dropped a critical piece of evidence? And that's now where I'm sticking, because there's some more evidence that came out in these documents that will take you there, and I'll explain it. So the state apparently did test runs through this house, parking a car, walking from where the killer's car would have been to the door, entering the house, going up the stairs, pretending, to have killed 2 people, coming down the stairs, down the hall, killing 2 other people, and then making your way out of the house and back to the vehicle. And the key words that are used in the test run is taking off the bloody clothes and then driving away. First of all, I can't believe they did these tests. And they determined it is possible. It is possible to do all that in a very short amount of time. But taking those bloody clothes off, it made me wonder, if Kohberger's the killer and he was taking off those bloody clothes and didn't see in the darkness that the knife sheath, might have gone off with the clothing, perhaps that's why he came back and spent 9 minutes at that house looking at the place where perhaps he had taken those clothes off the night before.
It's possible, or maybe he left some of the bloody clothes out, or he was worried that he left something behind if they think that maybe he was trying to change right out there outside the house next to the car or on the side of the house. Maybe he was looking for something outside the house. Maybe he was considering going back in to look for the sheath. But it's so interesting because when I was outside the house for all that time after the murders, there were weird things happening with the prosecutors and the police and the investigators and all the testing that they were doing. And there were just weird movements that they would do, walking to the door, going to the road. And I remember wondering what they were doing. And now that all these documents are coming out, it really sort of explains some of it. And I think some of what we saw were the test runs. They were trying to time it out and figure out how long it could have taken him. Because that's been one of the big perplexing things about the case is like, how did you go to bedroom, stab all of those young kids and manage to get away and no one see a thing?
Right. And of course, the reason we ask that is because they say there's no blood in the car. So how would that terrible bloody scene have not transferred into the car? Did he take off, he, meaning the killer, take off all the bloody clothes before getting in that vehicle in the darkness right there beside the house? So it's fascinating because we couldn't see inside the house. They pulled all the blinds, but when they came in and out of the house, we didn't know what they were doing when they were inside. And now, of course, we can't know because they tore the house down. So another massive detail, I think, to drop last night. I'd never seen this anywhere, and it was one mention. It didn't repeat itself anywhere in the other documents I saw, and that is that Dylan said she was 3 feet away from the killer. And I just stretched my arm out because I still cannot believe that this is how far roughly 3 feet is. And
good
not
point,
only that, she saw
SRB.
him
Very good
holding
point.
something.
No, you're right. I remember that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, there was some interesting new nuggets involving Dylan because they actually included the verbatim statements that she made to police officers when she was talking to them about what she saw. And she said that she saw the person in the house holding something. She did not give more specifics than that, but she said holding something. And something else that struck me, Ashley, I don't know if you noticed this, she talked about how she had seen the picture of Brian Koberger. She had seen him in the vest, and I'm assuming she's talking about the moment where he was in that bulletproof vest when we were out there and they pulled him off the plane when they brought him back to Pennsylvania. She must have been watching the news, and they asked her during this interview, well, does that look like the person that you saw? And she said, I have no clue. So she wasn't able to make that connection, but she did go back several times to the bushy eyebrows, which again, I think is why that selfie, that creepy selfie picture is so important. That's why the prosecution is keying in on that. They want to show that picture to the jury and say, do you think these are bushy eyebrows? This is the last photo of him taken after the murders.
And just, 5-6 hours after the murders, you can't have changed the eyebrows much in that short period of time. This is what the man looked like if this is him. I did find it very interesting in these documents to see that Dylan Mortensen interviewed 5 times with police and once in front of the grand jury. And never did she waver from, I saw bushy eyebrows, maybe one eyebrow, but bushy eyebrows is everything I remember. Can't tell you about the eyes. Can't tell you about much else. Yes, I was drunk. Yes, it was scary, but 5 different times from the moment they were in the parking lot out front of the house that morning, all the way through to the grand jury, her story never changed. 5 times with cops, once with the grand jury. I think that's super, super powerful. Then Ann Taylor, the defense attorney, comes along and drops a massive document. Got it here, actually. I've got the bushy eyebrows here, and then I've got the other one. That's the neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence motion. And I read through that as well. And she brings up 3 neuropsychological conditions of Brian Koberger. She says he's got developmental coordination disorder, DCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, and then autism spectrum disorder, which is ASD. The significance of all of these are huge. She's explaining away a lot of the bad facts. So walk me through those.
Yeah, this was so fascinating to me because I wondered why she was suddenly having him tested and talking about him being on the autism spectrum and what that was going to have to do with anything, why this was becoming such a big component of things. And this explains it. She is trying to explain away some of the evidence connecting his disorders to why he may have done what he did, like developmental coordination disorder, impacts fine motor dexterity and visual motor function, couldn't have possibly killed 4 people and escaped that quickly because of the DCD, the developmental coordination disorder. The obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, remember all the talk about him wearing gloves that night and he was trying to cover, fingerprints and evidence. She's saying, no, he was just wearing the gloves because he doesn't like germs, that he was double bagging because of the OCD, the garbage bags. Remember the shower curtain missing from the bathroom, that he doesn't like shower curtains because of contaminants, fear of things getting in his eyes, that he has sleep issues. That's why he goes up in the middle of the night driving around. And then the autism spectrum disorder, that's why she says he doesn't show emotion on his face, has a piercing stare, does not show expected reactions, stiff body posture, little to no eye contact. So now we know why she wants to bring all of these disorders in. She's trying to tell the jury, she's going to try to tell the jury, hey, ignore all of this evidence because this can be explained away by these medical conditions.
Well, the one that stuck out the most to me there was his obsessive compulsive disorder means he has sleep issues and drives around in the middle of the night. So if stargazing wasn't good enough, they've now come up with a different reason for why he'd be out on a very cloudy night. I checked the weather. Completely overcast night, stargazing. Now it's going to be, I have OCD, so I drive around at night. I'll be interested to see if his cell data shows that he drives around at night with his phone off any other night than the murder night. So great job. You got to get some sleep. That was a long, long night and really good work. So thank you, Brian. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ash.
Okay, I want to bring in my friend Mark Aragos now. He's a criminal defense attorney, and now he's the co-host of two very popular podcasts, Reasonable Doubt and Two Angry Men. Mark Aragos, since you are the biggest expert I know in famous trials, I wanted to call you about all of these new details that have come out in these court documents after a desert, for 2.5 years, a gag order that's kept us all in the dark. I look at this as the layman and say he's finished. He's absolutely finished. He bought a K-bar knife, a sheath, and a sharpener 8 months before the murder, and then he bought a replacement K-bar knife, or was looking for a replacement K-bar knife and sheath right after the murders, and then you just add all this other stuff on. But what do you think about this massive document dump?
If I'm not mistaken, you and I talked about a while ago, as you said, it's
exactly
been quite a time period of wandering around in the wilderness. But I think we talked about the fact that if they had a receipt for this knife or this sheath, obviously they didn't find the knife, sometime prior, that would be, as you call it, a bad fact. The one after, the searching after, the way it was phrased and the way it was buried leads me to believe it's not as significant as the purchase before. And why do I say that? I've had cases where prosecutors will argue that somebody went looking for a particular item on the internet, and then when you drill down into it, it turns out that it was just one in a stream of thousands of things that the browser does. So the one after doesn't really do much. If they can tie the sheath or the same kind prior to this, that's definitely going to be front and center of their opening statement and the trial. For the prosecution and the defense, is going to have some explanation.
Right. I would also say I did not see a K-bar knife or a knife sheath or a knife sharpener on the manifest when they pulled everything out of his apartment a couple months later. So that's a bad fact, too. Where is that knife and sheath that's identical to the murder weapon and the murder sheath if it's not in your apartment and you just bought it, less than a year ago? So, okay, the other thing I wanted to ask you about is these conditions, these developmental conditions, developmental coordination disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and autism. These are the things she's saying make him it make it impossible for him to have been able to run through that house as fast as he would have needed to commit all of those murders. And that this is the one I can't believe. The OCD made him drive around at night, wear gloves. When they arrested him, he was wearing gloves and sorting his trash into.
She obviously knows anything about any of this. She's an idiot, because those things are absolutely true.
Little plastic baggies, and change out his
Welcome,
shower
Ray.
curtain all the time due to mold. And then the other one was it was autism, to say he has a piercing stare and he's strange. So don't judge a book by the cover. It just sounds to me like it's a desperate attempt to find something, anything, to chip away at the bad facts, but it doesn't look like much of a chipper.
Look, there's each one of those taken separately, I think could give you a plausible, it's a circumstantial evidence case. The law on circumstantial evidence in most jurisdictions is if there are two reasonable interpretations, they don't have to be equally reasonable, but two reasonable explanations. One points towards guilt, one towards innocence. You must adopt the one that points towards innocence. The problem is, you've outlined it, if in fact they're going to make those arguments, and I don't know that they necessarily are for each one of those facts. For instance, I'll take one of them out of your litany. The one about gloves and the trash later on, I'm not so sure that that's admissible as a probative fact, and it may be more prejudicial than probative. Why do I say that? That was a long period of time afterwards. If there was nothing in that trash that they found that was incriminating, why would you bring that in other than to just unfairly malign? So I don't know that that would necessarily be the one. I'll give you the prosecution argument is going to be, of course, he's going to try and use that for the shower curtain, because he was trying to dispose of the shower curtain because the shower curtain was consistent with somebody who wanted to wash off any kind of the remnants of transferred DNA. So that's a tough fact, ultimately, that they're going to have to deal with. But I'll go back to the sheet. There still is, Ashley, there have been internet sleuths who have talked repeatedly about whether or not somebody took that sheath from him, and that's the reason you had the fingerprint. So if that does not undercut the theory, if they're going to say, yeah, it was mine, but somebody took it and here's who that person is.
Then where's the knife that was bought with the sheath? Like, that's great if you still have the knife, but my sheath was taken and planted with my DNA on that snap. It's just a little far-fetched to say, and I just lost that knife, coincidentally,
No, I think if the defense is going to be that somebody took the knife and sheath, and that is, yes, it's got his DNA, but the reason it's got his DNA because it was his, somebody else took it. We don't know what happened with the knife because they took it. Yes, it was his, but he was not the person who was there. I believe that's got to be, if they've linked this up, assuming everything, that has to be the defense.
Crazy, because the handle of the knife would definitely have more of his DNA on it if someone wanted to plant his evidence at the scene, and the sheath had almost nothing on it. But okay, one last quick question, and I have to make it quick. The defense doesn't want the words psychopath or sociopath used at trial. Okay, state says they weren't planning to. And then the defense wants no inflammatory evidence like graphic autopsy photos. Well, Mark Garagos, since when does a defendant get to say you're not allowed to show the autopsy photos of a quadruple stabbing? Like, I just can't even imagine you'd ask that question.
Well, let me play devil's advocate here. A lot of times the victim's family does not want those photos entered into evidence or does not want them displayed in court, or will make the motion or join in the defense motion to just enter into evidence a small number of them for obvious reasons. Nobody wants to be sitting in a courtroom and watch their loved ones' remains be projected and then captured on the internet or paraded around in publications. So I understand that. And by the way, that once again goes to that analysis. Is it more prejudicial than probative?
Well, I think the jury needs to see the horror that this was in order to land upon something like a death penalty. I think they need to know exactly what happened to those 4 kids. That's me. Hey, Mark Aragos, great to have you. Thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it.
You got it, Ashley. Thank you.
I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho tonight, where we continue to look into the murders that happened in the house behind me. 4 innocent college students now 3 weeks ago. Still no significant developments, still no named suspect, still no named persons of interest. I want to bring back in Ashley Banfield. And Ashley, I've been looking forward to this because I want to talk to you about this new information that we confirmed just before the special today. The new information is that Kaylee Gonzalez's injuries were significantly more brutal. That is what I can say. Significantly more brutal than her best friend Maddie's injuries. What do you make of that new piece of information, Ashley?
Well, it's astounding, for one, because this is the first time, Brian,
not
that you've been able to get the kind of information that helps us to perhaps try to figure out why this happened. Not saying this is definitive, but it certainly is one additional clue as to whether perhaps Kaylee might have been the target. But you...
Yeah, the shower curtains on the right-hand side of the picture, pushed all the way against the wall. You can see it there. It's still there. Never taken down. And there's no way in hell he would have switched all that out. It's there.
Got more information that makes it almost
Welcome
more
to Lee Ray.
complicated, and that is where the girls were found. So walk us through what you discovered today, because many of us didn't know which room when Kaylee's father said they were found in the same room and in the same bed.
Yeah, let me show you, Ashley. I want to take you up the hill here and get you oriented. This is the front of the house. There's now private security out front. And oh my, because it's going and it's very, very slippery. But we're going to walk you up to the back of the house. No windows on the side of the house. You've got the front door obviously on the front, which we know has the coded lock. On the back of the house, though, is where the bedrooms are. Confirmed that Kate's injuries.
Brian, I think we just lost your mic, and I'm not sure. There, no, you're back. You're back. Can you just repeat what you said in the last 10 seconds? Your mic went dead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was explaining that we confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were more significantly brutal than Maddie's. We've also confirmed that they were on the 3rd floor. I'm going to have Mo show you. 3rd floor here.
Now, this is a flashback to back when they first did this.
Where not easy access. You've got the balcony. There's a slider. You can't easily jump up there. So what this has us wondering, Ashley, and I want you to kind of walk through this with me. If Kaylee's injuries were the most severe up on the 3rd floor, and there's no way out of the 3rd floor, would that mean the killer specifically targeted the 3rd floor? Because it doesn't make any sense. Why would the killer go up to a floor where there would not be an easy exit for him? What do you make of that, Ashley?
Well, it's significant in that we still don't know where the killings began. Did they begin on the 2nd floor where Xana Kernodle's room was? And of course, Ethan had been staying over that night. And we now know that that room was the room on the far side of the house. So not the side of the house that you're on right now, on the other side of the house at the front of the house. That's Xana and Ethan's. And then did they progress to the 3rd floor? And while your mic was cutting out, I think the key piece of information that the audience couldn't hear was which room upstairs on the 3rd floor the girls were actually found in. That before now, we only knew they were found together, but we didn't know in Maddie's room or in Kaylee's room. And so as we look at the 3rd floor map right there, bedroom number E, or bedroom E, is Maddie's bedroom, and it looks out the back of the house. And bedroom F is Kaylee's bedroom, and it looks out the front, but also the back where the slider is. So what did you discover about which room, Maddie's room on the left or Kaylee's room on the right?
That's right. We've confirmed that they were in Maddie's room, which is also interesting. That's something that we did not know. So Kaylee's injuries were significantly more brutal, but they were sleeping together in Maddie's room. So that helps put the puzzle together.
We have reported on the survivor's frantic call to 911. We have parsed the written transcript, and just last night, we were able to fill in some gaps and correct some discrepancies. But tonight, we have the recording itself in full, and I'm going to let you hear it in full. First, I'll just say this. The dead students' housemates, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk, are joined on the call by two neighbors from next door. And at least when the call begins, it seems painfully clear that no one has the slightest idea of how bad the situation inside the house really is. So with that as your preamble, I'm going to go over a lot of the transcript after this call. So just listen and don't worry. I know some of it's really hard to hear, but I will go line by line for a lot of it. But I wanted you to hear it in its entirety so you can make judgments for yourself. Play it.
911 location of your emergency.
Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122.
What is the rest of the address?
Oh, Kings Road.
Okay. And is that a house or an apartment?
It's a house.
Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
Yep. And I'll tell you why I believe that, Bemmy. Because he made phone calls, 2 phone calls to one of his parents, probably his mom. One of them was an hour. One of them was a little less than that. And she probably said, I miss you. I haven't seen you in 3 or 4 months, son. I want to see you. So he took a shower, did his hair, put his shirt on, and took a picture and sent it to her. That's absolutely what I think happened with that photograph. That's truly my feeling, and I won't think any otherwise because it makes perfect sense to me after those phone calls that morning. Just saying. So there you go.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And what's the phone number that you're calling from?
What's your phone number?
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi,
and are you with the patient? Okay.
As she laughed while she said that.
I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Can I just tell you what happened pretty much?
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check.
Now, here's the issue, guys. We know for a fact, based on Hippler's document, that they did that 6 minutes before they called, okay? They had already been in there with Hunter, who grabbed a knife, and Emily. They looked, they saw her passed out, okay, laying on the floor. Come back outside, make the call, and say, yeah, come on, Bethany, we got to go check. Now, you tell me that that's not bullshit. They were already there. They already knew. You're doing it again because you have to make it look good. Is that going along with your script? That's bullshit. This is bullshit, okay? And I want to hear a good explanation as to why that happened, because there ain't one. We're never going to hear it.
But we have to.
Straight up bullshit. Now, what we're about to hear is to clarify this with people. Dylan has the phone the whole time. She says, come on, Bethany, we have to go. She's holding the phone. Ethan's up in front of them. As she's standing there, everybody swears up and down that they're hearing. No, that's Dylan breathing like that because she's holding the phone so close to her face that she's leaning down, okay? That's exactly why she's breathing in that sense. Whether it's real or not, I don't know. I can doubt it after everything else we've heard. But I'm just telling you, that's Dylan that's breathing. Hunter is not anywhere near them at that point. He's up around checking on Dylan. I'm sorry, Xana, supposedly.
waking up.
Yeah. Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you.
Remember something. Hunter's over there yelling, Xana, Xana. Ethan's laying on the bed. Xana's laying in a huge, mind you, huge pool of blood. None of that's being talked about. Nobody says, oh my God, why's all this blood here? Where's all this blood from? Why is there all this blood here? She's just passed out. They're just saying her name. This is so much bullshit, okay? I agree, sir. And therein, in the background, you hear a radio traffic playing, okay? Coming from what sounds like a portable radio. While they're out there checking, you hear radio traffic playing. I don't understand that, but okay.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20. Here's one.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
That's a great question. What did Dylan say to Jenna for Jenna to ask that question? Great point, Eve. Great point. Thank you for bringing that up.
You need to talk to them, say. I can't talk to them. They need you to talk to them.
Hello.
Okay.
I don't believe that phenomenon. I think that's a bit much, but I've heard things like that said. I don't believe that.
I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
We don't have one. I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay.
I'm joined now by Steve Gonsalves. He lost his daughter, Kaylee, that tragic morning. Steve, I know that mercifully that the authorities gave you that tape before the rest of us. You've had some time. But beyond that, I don't know how, after 2.5 years of gag order, this landed with you. I don't know if this was more painful, more elucidating, a bitter pill. Tell me how you're coping with this at this point.
I'm a father, so it's not, my emotions are really my children and my wife. So I would say that they feel like they're slowly drowning, and I'm the guy that's trying to help them stay from drowning. And these slow leaks, this torturous process that we're going through, they've done a better job. They've responded to our feedback. We have said, hey, the 911 call is not something that we want to turn on TV and actually see. So they have responded. They have done a better job of, this is a community that doesn't know what murder is. They don't have any clue how to handle, public relations. It just doesn't really exist. So we're getting through it together, and it's hard to say it's getting better, but they are communicating, and we're trying to protect our children and protect all the families and protect the survivors to make sure that we don't have these trolls that are attacking them for no reason.
You know, did you get any clarity? Did you learn anything or any epiphanies when you listened to the call?
Yes. I mean,
That's an absolute amazing question, Just Me. Thank you for that. Dylan, fearing for her life, ran to Bethany, saw Xana. Why didn't she try to rouse her passed out roommate to ensure? And I truly, honestly, Just Me, that's what I think happened. I think that's what happened, truly. I think that nothing like what she explained where in the text messages, okay? I believe that she stopped, looked over, saw somebody laying there, and yelled, Xana, because it's her room. She didn't respond. Gets closer. Xana didn't respond. Then rocks all the way in and maybe shakes her. Xana, what, wake up. What's going on? Didn't respond. And she saw the blood. And then she bolted downstairs. That's exactly what I think happened. That'll never come out that way, but that's what I think happened. And I can almost stand by that full-heartedly, guys. 100%. That's why I think that. That's why I believe that when Ethan got there, or I'm sorry, Hunter got there, that he went and grabbed a knife first. Okay? That reason right there is what makes me believe that. That's all I'm going to say. As far as that.
I always wanted it to make more sense. Like any murder, your brain wants to gravitate towards make this make sense, make this make sense. But the truth is, murder never makes sense. This is a psychopathic person who does something.
That would make the footprint make sense. That would make the handrail make sense. All of it. That's why I believe that happened.
That breaks the norm of all of our consciousness. All of our minds are just struggling with the fact that this has happened. So we can logically try to make it make sense, but it's not really going to make sense. It's not Hollywood where they try to make it all fit together. In real life, you're just sitting there dumbfounded, like, why can somebody be killed in their bedroom? How does that make sense?
Great question, Raquel.
You mentioned in a statement today that you think Hunter Johnson protected those girls. I mean, listen, I don't know what happened, but I'm trying to piece this together like a puzzle, and it sure feels like he knew something and he protected Bethany from knowing. Do you think?
Hang on, guys. I got to do something here real fast. Bear with me. Sorry, guys.
That he went up to the third floor and may have seen what happened to Kaylee and Maddie, and therefore said, get out, get out, get out, but did not tell Bethany and did not tell Dylan.
Welcome, Kelly.
I talked to Hunter directly, and it sucks. He had a broken soul. This is a man who's seen his best friend dead, like dying, like gone. So we exchanged a moment and I talked to him, and he was trying to protect everyone in that house to not go through what was overwhelming him at the moment. So I don't know about the details of upstairs, downstairs, door open, door not, but in the bigger picture, does it really matter? He was literally just responding to what he probably thought was a prank, thinking his friend, his best buddy, had these girls rolling.
I'm tired of hearing about this prank thing. That's bullshit as far as I'm concerned. That's not true. It's known that that's not true. That's ridiculous. And that's just one more way of blowing off what the reality to this is and making people ignore that, in my opinion. It absolutely matters. 100%. Both of you are absolutely right. That's his way of going around what the reality to this is and what everybody else is seeing. He doesn't want people to see, in my opinion. Just saying.
And he showed up there and he seen the opposite of our prank. And I seen it in his eyes. He was broken. He was very broken from what he had seen.
Well, did Hunter tell you that he was able to open the door to Xana's room and witness Xana and Ethan in there?
The door was open.
He told me that went to the door and he was trying to go through that door and he was trying to figure out what was going on in there. It's kind of like what you're hearing.
Okay, so now this is a lie being told right now because we were told via Hitler's document that the door was wide open. How else could Xana or Dylan see Xana on the floor? One more piece of misinformation, one more lie. How about that?
With that audio, he announced himself. He said, "Hey, I'm here. What's going on?"
This interview was probably from maybe when the text messages first came out. Okay, that's when that interview dropped. Sorry if I sound. Can you guys hear me? I hope. So yeah, this is one more lie. Just one more piece of information, misinformation, and one more lie. And it's insane. Because if we're to go with documents, what Hitler said, that door was wide open. She ran past, saw Xana, glanced and saw Xana on the floor. If that's the case, the door was wide open. There's no way in hell because the head was towards the wall, the feet were by the door. There's no way. This is a lie. One more lie. And I'm so tired of hearing this. Yep, they were at the grand jury, I do believe, Fizzy. I do believe. They should have been. It's another in a whole heist. 100%, Eve. More propaganda to run a specific narrative.
But they didn't respond, and he went in there. He seen something, and I think around 2:15.
What it sounds like to me, Fizzy.
Somebody truly sees something.
Yeah, it is pretty surprising, Ashley. You have to think to yourself, if you were on that jury and they just said in court, oh, it's a tip that led us to Brian Koberger and led us to do the cheek swab and then connect the DNA from him to the knife sheath. It was just a tip. You'd have to imagine they would be sitting there wondering, well, what tip was it? How did you get to that point? We've now learned they're not going to find out. That's not going to come in during trial. The judge just ruled on that today. It's been a year, more than a year, that there's been so many court hearings and fights back and forth about the investigative genetic genealogy, the defense trying to poke holes in it, saying that it's unfair, saying that it's not scientifically tested, that it's a new technology that they used. I thought it was.
Cat Lady said, Dago, wouldn't it be helpful in some way if Hunter said they were covered in blood? Well, that would verify it. I agree, Cat Lady, but they didn't do that. So one more time, one more lie. Hey, True Seeker, good to see you. At this point, I don't either anymore, True Seeker. That's sad. We shouldn't have to be that way, but that's truly how I feel at this point.
It was going to be a big part of their defense at trial. Apparently not. They've said they don't want to bring it in. The prosecution has said they don't want to bring it in. The judge has agreed, and it's apparently not coming in.
Jesse, I feel like those are several months I will never get back. The pitched battle between the defense and the prosecution under seal, I might add, which drives me even crazier because to me that is secret justice, not American justice.
Lily just said, does anybody else think that possibly Xana tried to get into Dylan's door? That's why the bloody footprint was possibly there and she wouldn't let her in. That's interesting, Lily. That's really interesting. I've never thought of that before, but that's very interesting. Wow. Good point. Really good point, Lily. Never thought of that before. That's interesting, though. Very interesting.
But, you know, when it comes right down to it, Jesse Weber, a swap.
There were supposedly 400 plus witnesses on this one, Rowena. So they're not going to bring 400 people into the courtroom, obviously, but still. I don't remember that, Raquel.
You know, of his cheek matches the DNA on the knife sheath. Do we need to even know anything more
There you go.
than that? The DNA on here matches the DNA in that cheek. Does the jury need to know
That's a
anything more
great
than that?
point, Lily.
Probably not, because let me break it down for this. So it is a 5.37 octillion times more likely that is Brian Kohberger's DNA than anybody else. Not a shocker. They're not trying to challenge it. But let's, for argument's sake, take this argument. Okay, it was his DNA on the knife sheath and somebody decided to plant it. Okay, so now you're wondering, how did that happen? How did the DNA get on the knife sheath? Who would want to frame him? And by the way, if this is a plot to really frame Brian Kohberger here, then this is somebody who would also have to make sure that his cell phone turned off at the key times during these murders, that the cell phone pings that were on would track the same movements of his car headed towards and away from the direction of that area, that the car would also have to be in that area at least 4 times that night. And also the assailant would have to dress up and look like somebody like Brian Kohberger, who matched the description from the eyewitness about the bushy eyebrows. So all of these things together would have to be someone framing Brian Kohberger. And call me crazy, but that seems to be beyond, belief. Now, I'm curious to see where they go with it. This is the prosecution's narrative of trying to say what the defense is going to do here. But I got to tell you, Ashley, after you said so many court hearings where they tried to make sure this evidence wouldn't come in, saying that his rights were constitutionally violated, that it wasn't reliable, at this point, their only option is to admit it is his DNA, but there's another explanation for why it's there. I'm curious to see what that explanation will be.
So once again, Brian, the knife sheath and the snap had a tiny, tiny little sample of DNA. And by the way, that tiny, tiny little sample was so tiny and the integrity of it was so questionable, it had to go to a specialist to pull out a full profile in order to be able to actually put it into the genealogy base. So if someone is trying to frame, if this is the defense argument, that someone is trying to frame Brian Kohberger, really? That's how they're going to frame him? Find something with barely any DNA on it at all and just hope that maybe they can find a sample, pull out that profile from that speck, that minuscule. I mean, doesn't it start to sound, and here's the word, really unreasonable?
It does, and I'm just trying to play it out in my mind. If they actually try to argue this out in court, are they going to say that there was someone out there who killed these college kids, who then went and got the knife sheath from Brian Kohberger, they stole it or something, and it had the little bit of DNA on Kohberger, and then went to the house and put it in there after doing it, or brought it with them and then dropped it on purpose, trying to frame Kohberger? I mean, it is all sort of hard to wrap your mind around. But Jesse made a good point. I think this is important. I mean, this all came out through a state filing, and it is the prosecutor who is trying to explain what the defense witness is going to say at trial, possibly. So this isn't coming directly from the defense. So maybe this is just one sort of theory that they've floated around and that they're not necessarily going to use as a defense at trial. We don't know, but it is kind of hard to imagine.
Yeah, if I were trying to frame someone and I was going into their apartment to steal their knife sheath, I would probably steal the hair from their hairbrush and leave the hair fibers on the body, which are perfectly traceable.
You didn't have to steal it out of their apartment. It could have been in the car. It could have been sold to somebody. It could have been gifted to somebody. Okay? So stop being a dumbass, Ashley.
Joining me right now is News Nation's senior national correspondent, Brian Enton. He's been following this case since the beginning. Let's start at the very beginning. Your impression overall of the call, Brian.
Yeah, heartbreaking. Just the panic in their voices, the way it sort of evolves throughout the call.
Well, those aren't fake, Matt. Those are his Saeed. Those are his real eyebrows. He just has really bushy eyebrows for sure.
All from what you can feel they're thinking in the beginning versus it almost feels like there's this moment where they discover that something really, really bad has happened midway through the call. And then actually I was just thinking about how we know so much about the case now. When you listen to it knowing all of the facts and everything that's come out, but you just sort of put yourself in their shoes in that moment, just waking up, knowing nothing after a night of partying, and just the pure
Good point, Heather. Good point, sis. I like that.
horror that must have been like for
Yeah, those are his eyebrows, Matt. That's just how he looks. That's a fact. No, that was true, Heather. It's a good point. I think Xana wore Converse. There was a 4chan post about how she always wore those shoes. Yeah, very good point. The think tank is already getting ahead of the framing argument by using the old "that doesn't even make sense" argument. Oh, I know, Eddie. I know. You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
For these young college kids.
And we do have to put our hats on for being them at that moment, not hindsight. There's so much we know now, but they knew nothing at that point. And this
Good
next
point,
bit, I think,
Mermaid.
highlights
Welcome, dear.
how little they knew, Brian, because at first, a neighbor gets on the phone and says, "What?"
Oh, I do. I saw pictures of him, Matt. Those are his eyebrows. That's how he looks. His name's Saeed. Very thick and dark hair. But I saw other pictures of him throughout, and those are his eyebrows. He has them that way all the time. 100%.
One roommate is drunk and passed out. Let me read the transcript. The dispatcher says, "Tell me what's exactly going on." Female neighbor says, one of the roommates who's passed out and she was drunk last night.
Yeah, we looked into him because of his eyebrows and the whole Banfield thing early on, Matt, and we found him multiple pictures of him. Same eyebrows, same person, same everything.
And she's not waking up. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. It's very, she's very matter of fact, and she definitely doesn't sound terrified. They have not seen anything. Like, with that kind of...
No, seriously, Matt, I saw pictures of him, what do you call it? Frat pictures from year before, so other ones too. Like, truly, they're his eyebrows. He's just, I believe he's Middle Eastern, and that's just how they grow. Very dark hair and very thick hair. Okay. Yeah. So, and yeah, that's why another reason why we looked into him, because he had Vans on. So we looked into him, found his ID, all the other stuff. So we looked into him for a while, like two almost 3 years ago.
Of a tone of voice.
Yes, Aurora. Yeah.
Even though Dylan is seemingly very upset at the beginning, that's not somebody who knows there's a bloodbath upstairs.
Right. And remember, based on the witnesses who we spoke to after this happened, all of these kids were out in the front driveway and out towards the road. It seems like when they were on the phone for part of the 911 call. I think that's why the neighbor at one point from the house to the right took the phone. But you made an interesting point when she says,
welcome,
saw a
Fox.
man in the
Good to
house
see you today.
around 4 a.m. It's almost like she's less concerned
I
about
appreciate
that
it.
at that moment, which kind of goes back to the text messages and all the questions about.
Well, as of now, Aurora, of course, but they've never looked at him in that aspect. No, they've never looked at anybody. So, of course, everybody else has been ruled out.
Well, why didn't they call 911 then? I mean, perhaps they really did just think this was some kind of prank. You know, it was a party house. And when she says saw a man in the house around 4 a.m., she doesn't sound that concerned about it. She seemed more worried that someone's passed out and not responding, not as worried like, hey, there was an intruder in the middle of the night.
Or maybe that intruder, by the way, if we have non-responsive housemates, maybe that intruder brought something last night, gave it to them, and that's why they're not responding. Maybe they've OD'd. It really feels to me like that's the level of their fear and concern, not there was a homicidal maniac in the home last night, because, I mean, that would be very upsetting if you're a housemate whose other housemate is unable to answer her door and is out cold. Okay, the other issue, and this is the first time I'd seen this, I had to listen to it a lot of times. At one point, it sounds like they are repeatedly calling at the door, at Xana's door, Xana, Ethan, knock, knock, knock. It really does sound like they're trying to rouse her, but that they can't get past that door. That door is closed.
Yeah, and it's unclear. You're trying to sort of visualize where everybody is in the house and what's actually happening during the call, and we don't really know. But you're right; they do call out for Xana and Ethan. They appear to be looking for them. And again, you can kind of hear they're panicked in the beginning, but it seems to become more panicked as the call goes on. And there's that
Good
one
question
point where it's
again,
just like that
Justin.
heavy breathing. It's almost like a panic attack at that point. That's kind of what I thought of.
Okay, there's one point where a male gets on the phone, and we think that's now a fraternity brother of Ethan's named Hunter Johnson. And that male on the phone sounds like he may know something is up. And I'll say that because it sounds like it might be his voice saying, Xana, Ethan, and can't get past that door. But it's possible he may have gone to the third floor because there's a long break in between the Xana, Ethan, no response, then a panicked response from Dylan and a get out, get out, get out. Let me read the transcript. So the male says, Xana, Ethan, and 6 seconds pass. Dylan says, she's passed out. What's wrong? Knock, knock, knock. She's not waking up. Male says, Xana. They're thinking there's just some shadowy figure in the house, maybe a burglar, maybe a drug dealer, maybe a friend of one of the roommates who shouldn't have been wandering. I'm 100% plus convinced they have absolutely no idea of the horrors that are actually happening. And actually, that brings me to you, Dave, as a prosecutor. This is kind of in the weeds, but I'm going to say it in layman's terms, and you tell me if I get it right or wrong. The reason we have these filings right now, this week, right, for the first time we're seeing these text messages, is not for the truth that the text messages offer. They are an exception to the hearsay rule just because they want to establish a timeline. Why does that matter? And if you read the fine print, it says they plan to have Bethany and Dylan testify. We all expected that would happen.
Right,
But
Heather.
then why do you have to have this hearsay stuff? If they're going to testify, you can ask them about their text message.
Guys, please make sure to hit the like button as you're coming through the door. Love seeing everybody that's popping in now, but please, if you would, I appreciate it so very much.
Is this filing in case they don't have them get up on the stand, that you can use their text messages without them?
No, they're going to testify. They got to authenticate the text messages anyways. And really, their testimony is so much more powerful now that you have the text messages. So when
Nobody's ever talked about that, Matt, that's ever been brought back into question. I have no idea. Just people out running around that night, I'm guessing. No idea. No idea. I'm sorry, my friend.
the defense lawyer says, oh, but you didn't call 911, and tries to put doubt in the jurors' minds, they can go back to the text message and see in real time what they were thinking, how freaked out they were. They can see the timeline. They can see the fact that someone was walking around in all black and a ski mask. So it's important to introduce those text messages because they are what you call present sense impressions, which is an exception to the hearsay rule. And the reason why is that it's a spontaneous comment. It's got to be made while the person was perceiving the event. And that spontaneity makes it trustworthy. And that's why it's allowed in under an exception to the hearsay rules. And it'll be powerful corroborating evidence to their testimony in real life.
Like an excited utterance. Alexander, I'm going to ask you to think through this sort of as, again, it's just us girls talking, but one thing I couldn't understand, and I hope that the facts will help me get through this at trial, was why these two roommates have a neighbor and other friends coming to the house to deal with the crisis that is, I'm assuming, behind the locked door of Xana Kernodle's room. They're trying to revive Xana. They're trying to call her, text her. She's not answering. For whatever reason, someone thinks she's unconscious there. But at no point does anyone walk up the stairs to Kaylee and Maddie's rooms and say, hey, girls, do you know anything about why Xana's not answering? Did you guys give her something? Were you out drinking with her? We can't rouse her. And yet they call other people to the house. If they'd only walked up the stairs, they would.
Because they know already. They know already. Otherwise, they would have. I still feel like they did. Okay. I still believe that one or both of them went upstairs and looked and saw the girls, which is why they called Hunter and Emily and didn't even attempt to get in time, attempt anymore to reach out to Kaylee or Maddie, because I think they knew already, truly. I know that they knew in my heart. Okay. Fact. Welcome, Circus Music. That's why that didn't happen. Even though that's a great question that Ashley puts out there and puts them on the spot once again without even knowing it because she's an idiot. Yes, there you go. Because they knew already.
Would have seen the horrors and imagined maybe those horrors exist behind the door of Xana's room. Is that something that a defense attorney can seize on? Or is this just kids being kids and not making sense? It has nothing to do with whether Kohberger's guilty or not.
I think that kids in college that are living in a house where people are partying constantly, I think that their biggest real fear is somebody dying of alcohol poisoning while they're there. Somebody having some kind of a tragic accident that can be blamed on them. Oh my God, was Jonna so drunk that we should have done something to help her and now she's not responding and now we're in trouble. I think that's the first thing that college kids think about. Am I in trouble for this tragedy that's happening right now? I think alarm bells go off. Are my parents going to be pissed because I've been drinking? So I think that's what's going through their head. Am I in trouble? So I don't even think
Did
that they
I
have
do something? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they have the capacity to think what else is going on? How much bigger can this get? Because this is the exact this is the emergency, is I might be faced with Jonna not waking up, and how am I going to deal with this? How am I going to get myself out of this? I don't think the fact that somebody might have slaughtered everyone in that house was ever going to
ever crossed anyone's minds. I agree with you. The biggest fear at this point is they think somebody is, incapacitated and might have OD'd or choked, that kind of thing. But hell, did they not know the hell that awaited them? Gigi McKelvey, Dave Ehrenberg, and Alexandra Kazarian, thank you all. Really appreciate this. There's still so many questions. I'll have you all back.
All right. Where are we at time-wise? Okay. That's it for that one, guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. Where are we at time-wise? Yeah, we're at that point now. Let's see what we got here, you guys. Again, thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate you guys being here. Give me 1 minute here. See what we got. No, we're done in a minute here, SRB. Hang on. All right, guys, let's see if we can lap a little bit before we get out of here, as I try to do in the morning show. Normally bring some smiles to your faces. Let's check it out.
So there's that.
Back in the land of Detroit, it's becoming clear that co-host Ryan Ermani has ambitious plans for using his left hand.
And then you, what's he saying?
Nothing. I'm not saying anything.
I find this very intriguing because using, it's a simple thing, using your left hand
Thank you,
to brush your
James,
teeth.
for being here.
Very simple.
What's wrong with you?
I don't have anything to say.
All right. But, and as you say, Elle, the first time it's kind of hard. And then the second time, it's easier. Anyway, that's like anything. If you want to do push-ups, do one push-up today, and then tomorrow do 2.
And then the next day do 4, 8, 16.
How do you brush your teeth?
Taking off
I brush my
DKM.
teeth,
You can get a
with my
couple smiles
dominant
before you
hand.
leave.
Are you going to try with your left?
I mean, I could. I could, but I'm not going to.
Why?
Well,
Why?
I don't know.
Can you do me a favor?
Yes.
And I will send you the early, can you just try it tomorrow? You will be shocked at how difficult it is.
I will give it a shot tonight when I brush my teeth.
Very
How about
nice.
that?
Yeah, tonight.
Okay.
Brush your teeth with your
Okay.
non-dominant hand.
That's what I will do. I will not forget.
Okay.
I always brush my teeth.
Well, not that part. Don't forget to use your left hand.
Oh my.
Okay, here's the question. Ryan starts laughing and makes us all laugh. Okay. Can you wear white after Labor Day? That's the question.
We were taking a live look, or we were, over Moosehead Lake. Luke got too excited to come back to us.
Oh God, I love my job.
God. Oh, there we go. Just to show you all what it looks like. It's snowy outside, and that's all we have to say about that.
Before anybody leaves, I may be in here later on. I'm
And
not
now,
100%
back
sure
to you, Aaron
what
Myler.
I gotta do.
Me?
I can't.
Kids headed to the
I
bus
might
stop
be.
tomorrow. You want to bundle
out
them up.
for it
It's
if you're
going to be
leaving
chilly. Temperatures running in the 30s, 36 degrees. I tried to put it so you could see their breath, but I didn't quite do it right. All of a sudden, my kid's a volcano. I feel like the kid should be going, and it's going to be cloudy tomorrow, so be ready.
What's that kid smoking?
I know, right? It was supposed to just kind of fade out as showing their breath, and then be gone. Oh, well, there you go. Sometimes you try, sometimes you don't. All right.
You don't hear me? Sorry, I said for those of you that might be leaving, I said I can't promise it, but I might be in here a little bit later on. Sorry. If you're interested. If not, I will see you in the morning. I don't know 100% sure for tonight. I can't promise it, so we'll see. Either way, sorry, guys. But if you can, stick around till these are over, because these will put a little bit of a grin on your face. These are funny. It's good to leave here with a laugh, guys. That's all I'm saying. Just hang out if you can for a little bit longer.
Meanwhile, down in Florida, with all hands on deck, another thing is about to happen.
You a look outside across Southwest Florida, and everywhere that you look, absolutely. I'm sorry. There are baby goats right now in the studio, and I am not going to be able to do this. All right, we're going to try our hardest, you guys. Blue skies across Southwest Florida right now. Temperatures, we are ranging in the upper 80s right now. That one was Greg. Upper 80s right now, and lots of sunshine. Some 90s on the board right now as well. Already feeling like, how am I supposed to do this, you guys? This is fantastic. Yeah, Greg, bring the goat so I don't look crazy right now. Come look how cute this little thing is. Already feeling like the triple digits in some backyards. Punta Gorda feeling like 100 degrees. This is absolutely the top. This is the craziest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. Hi, honey. I know it's hot outside, isn't it? Hello. This is crazy.
Only 8 weeks old.
Sure thing, James.
This is so funny. Okay, it is hot, you guys. the pool today.
It's so loud.
This is so aggressive. This is great. I'm gonna have to probably do my main weather here in just a little bit. So I think we should probably go to head on over to them at the ham real quick, and we'll do some weather here in just a little bit. Most Americans.
There really is no way to do it, Matt. Truly, there's not. I've been doing that for 2.5 years, or trying to do that for 2.5 years, and I can't do it. I'm sorry. I just can't.
That's all right, Lena. Hi. 4:46 now. Yes.
I appreciate the team effort. The team effort to make sure those heads are randomly seen. We will now send things over to the other camera, to Marcus Bailey, who's tracking some cooler. We're just doing some laps. Trying to stay warm.
Yeah, I know. That's all you're doing.
And that's why there's a 56% jump in fanny pack sales.
We call them belt bags, Larry.
I call them crotch pockets.
You might get fired now.
I feel like I'd like to believe that a little bit, Matt. I really do, but I don't know.
The kids want quick, comfortable, convenient, and there's the Lululemon factor.
That's what you call a crotch pocket.
You know, when you go
Totally
over
different
10,
story,
you want a
Larry.
Lululemon crossbody bag or fanny pack or
Well,
crotch
see, you don't
pocket.
wear it like across
it's
your
a
waist.
belt bag.
You wear it across your Yes. body.
Oh,
Wear it
no.
across body.
Yeah, well,
So it's not in that area.
It's not there.
you wear it, you want to wear it.
It's here,
I will wear
actually.
it what I want to wear it.
Eventually, it's later, and excitement is building in the building as the countdown to the BBC News is inexorably underway.
Live from London, this is BBC News.
I'll tell you right now, BBC is the worst. They have the worst camera setup, the worst everything. They're always screwed up, and she just got caught flipping off the camera. So there you go with that one. Watch, they make so many mistakes. Their cameras roll all over the studio all by themselves. They cut away. It's every time BBC does this. It's not.
Hello, I'm watching BBC's. I'm Gareth Barlow. You're watching BBC News.
Well, let's get more on this now from Alpa Patel. Alpa.
Thanks very much, Lakshmi. Well, the crippling cost of childcare is bad national.
See, every time their cameras are the worst. It's absolutely hilarious.
But here in London, it's even worse. Let's take a look at nurseries, for example. And yes, it's costing parents whose children are in full-time nursery care, who are under the age of 2, £394 per week. That's an increase of 62%.
I'll be honest with you guys, because all their cameras are automated, robotic cameras. They roll all over studio. They cut here, there, and everywhere. They're automated and set for times, and they're all screwed up. It's the worst way to do it. This is good reason why you should never take people out of the studio.
2% to other parts of the country. And this is all having a massive effect on families. So the cost of childcare is actually £19,000 per year. Now, all of this is having an impact on.
They've done that so many times, just me. It's not even funny.
On families, and it's making it's causing a huge in terms of childminders, for instance, £355 per week, and I'm just waiting for the next figure to come on. 60% higher than in other parts of the country.
Alpa, thank you. Well, Jolie Brearley, who is the founder of Pregnant Then Screwed, joins me now. Thank you for being with us, Jolie. So we've heard there what some of the issues are, but what needs to be done about it? What do you think needs to happen?
In the spring budget, we want to see an investment from the government of 1.7
Here we go, once again.
pounds to bridge the funding gap between what the government gives to the childcare sector and what it actually costs to deliver those places. We know from the Early Years Alliance that the subsidies are underfunded by almost £4 per child per hour. So the first thing we need to do is fix that funding gap.
Okay.
Never fails.
Show you at home so you can play along, appears to show a bunch of leaves, but there is a camouflaged animal amongst it.
Not giving too much away there, Kyles. We're going to give it a go with a 15-second timer. Go.
Okay, we're looking for an animal.
We're looking for an animal.
And if we find it within
There's a toad right there.
the time,
Then you win a Ferrari. It's right in the middle.
Right in the middle of the screen.
Show us the
Right
picture,
here. You won't see that. Isn't that it there? Right in the middle.
Show us the picture, please. Is that
It's
it?
a frog right in the middle. No?
Okay.
We
You
saw the
need to
television.
come back to us because to see where we are. So just on the camera through which we talk to you, there's a monitor. Look, there's the frog there. So we have to come here. There's the frog. That's what we have to do. Can someone pop down a Bingley and get another TV? This is ridiculous. Anyway, yeah. No, I can see it now. Yes, there it is. Little frog.
Well, they can look at it. Our monitor, we're trying to know which camera we're on. At home, we're little tiny.
Because, this is a new studio for us. So what happens here is, and this is also Kylie's laptop and her computer, her history is out of control. Anyway, they said, whatever you do, Larry, don't step in the light. So...
Look.
Okay.
Oh, look,
so,
honestly, it's just time for us
anyway,
to pack up and go home.
We're not allowed to
really
step in this light. This is Shervo's light. You're not allowed. Okay. So anyway, apparently, Ada Nickett, no, she's already been on. Apparently there was a frog.
There's a frog. It was right in the middle. I bet you got it at home. Look,
hang on. Let me have another look.
Take that. Grandma and Grandpa went up.
I can see it now. Yes, there it is. Hang on, I'm going to change the channel. Oh, look what they're doing on Channel 10. This is good. Okay. I just wanted to show you around the studio. I want to show you how this new studio is working.
Are we out of focus? I think we're in focus. There we go. I hope you found the frog at home. I found my frog. He's right here.
I think you had in your contract that we're always out of focus. Just a little bit. That little
bit of Vaseline.
fade down away.
Chloe Coast does it so well each and every day. Hey, rocking the black for our VGK. I'm
petting you.
Did you see that? Oh, you petting?
I don't know how that
is so funny. Oh my God. Chloe, what's in your coffee?
I don't know what happened there. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, Hi. I'm leaning into it.
Wait a minute.
That's so cool. Hi, girl. Hey, girl. Hey.
Sorry. I couldn't resist. How do we go on?
Oh, that's going on the blooper reel.
I love it when it gets weird.
I'm guessing she had some Baileys in her coffee that morning.
You have anything you want to get done before the end of the year?
And they say
No.
wash those clothes,
Mhm.
make greens and cabbage and black eyed peas, just clean up, start the new year fresh.
Start the new year
I
fresh.
never heard about that one.
Which one?
About washing clothes before the new year.
They say you want to, you don't want to wash on New Year's because it will wash away a family member. And then, but I also heard,
Wow. Okay.
That's a new one.
Yeah. That's a new one. Okay. We're going to move on, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly, out of nowhere, and without trying, it's starting to look as if anchor Lee Thomas may have finally found himself in a situation for which he's uniquely qualified.
Young people are now taking themselves out on elaborate solo dates. And I'm going to be careful here because this trend is called master dating. TikTok is all over this trend. because it doesn't just include dates. It might also involve buying yourself some nice gifts. Take yourself to dinner first. Even spending some time with buying yourself some flowers. One expert suggests that your co-anchor keep reading the rest of this, but she won't because she wants me to laugh my way through this. Now, you can send yourself flowers in the morning with a card that says, "Can't wait to see you tonight." Come on, man. Is this real? The point is to love yourself as a person and realize you deserve good things. Oxygen. Somebody, Steve, you got oxygen over there? It's called master dating. It's a solo date with yourself. Come on, Howard. Give me. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, Lord, help me. You can't, man, it said it all in the prompter. I didn't make any of that up. Why didn't you help me? Why didn't you help me? Okay. Say it slow as possible. Divide the words. Be careful. Oh man, here we go. Nope, I don't need close up. I do not need it.
Seriously, do it. Do it.
Now you got one.
Here's the thing. It's not funny to me at all.
Are you sure?
But Lee was so sure.
It's National Boy Scouts Day. I'm sorry, I just can't. That was a weird story. A tribute to a youth organization that has helped shape the lives of millions of Americans. On this day in 1910, Chicago newspaper publisher William D. Boyce filed incorporation papers. I'm so sorry. This is just, oof. It said that the previous year he got lost in London on a foggy day, and a member of the British Boy Scouts came to his aid. That inspired Boyce to create the Boy Scouts of America. Ahead, why Auburn, Washington? We're just gonna go to break. We'll be right back.
And my clicker doesn't want to advance anything. Magic. Is it the leprechaun? I think it is. They're being mischievous. All right, let me try this clicker and see if the leprechaun didn't get that one. Here's your exclusive AccuWeather. Now I'm double-fisted in a different way. And to another woman who likes to be double-fisted in a different way, I think, Jess.
She means beer. She means beer. Guys, she means...
Ooh.
Beer. Don't put me on YouTube. My God. Yeah, we're going to take a pause and we're going to keep going. We're out in Reading right now, guys. We're watching Route 202. A spill there on the northbound side right near 183. I can't do this.
Meanwhile, down at the Taylor Swift merch truck, reporter Annie Brown is now in an environment where you can never predict where the next challenge will come from, or in exactly what shape it will arrive.
I am. These are my people, and I've absolutely loved it, and we are all counting down. I want you all to look at this line, though. It's absolutely enormous. It snakes all the way down to the Roebling Bridge, and that's barely where it begins. I mean, it goes all the way through the banks. It's absolutely insane. But we have a special surprise for you guys. There are two Swifties here who shall remain anonymous, who called in sick to work. They traveled here from Louisville, so they've gotten quite a drive here. They've been here since about 2:45 in the morning. So can you tell me what Taylor Swift means to you? She must mean a lot to you because you're here and you've called in sick.
That is very true. I almost named my daughter's middle name Taylor, so.
Oh my goodness, I love it. Now, what are you hoping to snag at the merch truck here?
I want the gray quarter zip.
Yes, we love the gray quarter zip.
Yes.
Love it. Now, are you guys going to the shows this weekend?
I am on Saturday.
Okay. What are you looking forward to the most for that show? Is there any special song, any surprise song you want her to sing?
No, I'm taking an 11-year-old little girl. It's her first time. I went to the show in Nashville, so it's more for her.
Okay. Oh, I absolutely love that. That's wonderful.
Yes.
That's wonderful. Any other things that you're looking forward to this weekend? Are you guys trading friendship bracelets? What's happening?
Yes, she made a bunch of friendship bracelets.
What's up, Willie? Good to see you, bud.
I've gotten friendship bracelets here from all these sweet people, so I'm very excited.
Sweet, I love it. And we're gonna cross our fingers that work doesn't find out, right?
No, they're not. We're good.
Your secret's safe with me.
Yeah.
I think it's safe with everyone else here,
Yes,
too.
thank you.
All right, thank you. And this truck, as we said, it opens in less than an hour. We'll keep you updated, guys.
Annie, wait, Annie, I need to know why she's going gray quarter zip instead of blue crew neck. Why?
Okay, we have one question here. Why are you going gray quarter zip instead of blue crew neck, which seems to be what everyone's after here?
I already have the blue crew neck.
She already has it. So did you go to another show? Because it can only be found at the merch trucks.
Yes, I did go to another show.
Which one?
Nashville Night 3.
Oh my goodness. So this is round 2, right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. There's your answer, Bob.
Annie, thank you. Thank you for doing a deeper dive for all of us.
Asking the important questions for you.
That was, it is, like, I don't know, you guys have had this too. We've all had this. We've had people reach out to us and, why is this such a big deal? And it's not a big deal. And the people I know don't care.
Yes.
People care.
Yeah.
That scared me. 3, 2. Safe Haven is always looking. Do one more. You're showing off, huh?
That's why she's the
3, 2. You need to look at
Okay, this chick's eyelashes and her eyes are freaking me out. I'm just telling you guys. That's a lot.
the camera. There we go. All right. 3, 2. Don't do it. Keela. Good job.
Experts discovered the world's largest octopus nursery off of California's coast. Researchers call this the Octopus Garden. It contains about 20,000 peel octopi. They're about 2 miles down and 80 miles off the coast of Moss Landing. The discovery was made by accident in 2018 while researchers were surveying an extinct underwater volcano.
It was a moment where we saw it and we all took a breath. We all got excited together and we just started babbling about what could this mean? Why were they here?
Scientists say the octopi are drawn by thermal springs. You're making me laugh.
Sorry. She was so into it.
She was very into it. And it is very cool, I think. The eggs normally take 5 to 8 years to hatch, but it takes under 2 in the
I'm
octopus
good. That's
garden.
gross.
The enthusiasm jumped off the screen.
Yes.
In the end, against all odds, the waiting is over, and it's time for the Thanksgiving turkey with both Todd Simcox and his air fryer.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. We are so happy that you are joining us this morning because we are cooking again.
I really can't believe this.
You're just gonna cut. It's okay. We're going to just waste all the time. It is okay. It is okay. We are getting ready to cook a turkey.
This is not going to work.
We're your cheerleaders. Logan and I are your cheerleaders. Yes, indeed. It's okay.
How you work for the deviled eggs.
You see, that's not going in. That's
It
a
is
problem.
okay. So listen, we're going to just.
That's not going.
Can we?
I can't. Everyone's saying push it down. I'm pushing down. Like it's not going.
What's it upside down?
All right. So maybe we'll have to just dissect it a little bit, right?
Cut it up.
Well, just like maybe dissect, not cut it up.
What they
but
call? Isn't it
just
called?
spatchcock?
Yeah, but that's when they remove all the bones in it. I'm not doing that.
All right. What about a sledgehammer? Just to kind of
simple.
Really?
It's not that much more that has to go down that way. Could you? Okay,
That's a small
How
problem.
about what if you tip it in that? You know.
That's what I was doing.
No, angle it and then.
It's breaking news right
Are you
here.
kidding?
Good stuff, yeah.
Okay. What if Logan gets to the other side and you just kind of start
No,
jamming
like
it
that
in?
bone
You know what I
right
mean?
there.
Okay. All right. Turn it upside down.
So now the seasoning's on the bottom.
Well, dude, you know what? I'm trying to help you here.
Wait a minute.
okay?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Said that the whole time.
This is horrible. No. This is horrible. I don't even think this is safe.
probably not something I should say out loud, but that's okay. That's what do you mean you don't think it's
You said it's
safe?
your sister's air fryer, right? She's not. Is she watching right now?
It was the copper eggs, and then yeah, this is revenge for the copper eggs, Lee. There you go. Yeah, okay.
My nerves are. I don't know.
It's turning on. It wouldn't turn
it's
on.
going to go on. I'm just worried about
how long
whether.
does this have to go in for?
Yes, it will.
Wow.
I'm waiting for this to go up in flames.
No,
I honestly think this is going to be touching that.
You jinxed it now.
I think is Wayne Harvey watching the show?
Trying to get my mind off of it.
Is Wayne watching the show this morning?
I know he might be.
This would
We're
be
gonna
him.
just make our copper infused eggs and just ignore you right now. So,
Very delicious.
This really could be bad. I'm not lying.
There, so yeah.
Yeah, stay tuned for that.
So is it supposed to be steaming right now?
Yeah, don't jinx it.
Oh, it is too, isn't it? I don't really know, to be honest. Can you see that?
Stand right where you were.
Can you see that?
Yep.
I don't really know, Joy.
Okay.
Oh no.
That's probably not good, Joy.
It's angry.
Cooking.
So
That's probably not good.
And there you have it.
So all right, it's okay. There's a solution for everything.
Is there?
if you could smell
How do
that
you
right
fix
now.
this, Joy?
I don't have the
Now
answer
you got to
right
try to
now.
figure out how to get it out of there. Like,
It's okay. It's okay. Just gonna push the smoke.
we probably shouldn't keep it going, right? Or should we?
I don't know.
Yeah,
All right.
listen.
Producer says keep it going. We're good.
Listen,
keep going.
This is clearly smoking on the verge of fire, and all we're hearing is, "Hey, can you guys turn it so we can get it on camera? Please show everyone at home, please. Like, don't mind the fact that this might go up in
All right.
flames. Let's get a good camera."
We're gonna take a break and we come back. We'll see if it's still smoking. Yeah, wish us luck.
it's still
Fingers and
smoking.
toes crossed on this one.
Okay, I guess we're having a few difficulties, so we will be right back after this.
Wow. All right, guys, that's going to do it for the morning show. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you guys so very much. Like I said, I may not be in here later on, depending on what I got to do today and if I get it done in time. I appreciate you guys joining me. You guys are awesome. If so, you guys will see it early enough for me to be in here. Other than that, I do have a meeting with my moderators after this in voice moderators. You know how that works. Thank you for everything you've done today. Everybody, thank you for joining us today. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. If I don't see you tonight, I will see you tomorrow. Until then, much love, guys. Have a great one. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And I'll see y'all very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Life's a ride, life's a journey. Let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe,